career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas, next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
I'm Mariah Butcher, nurse practitioner with Rejuvenate Medical. If you've been putting in the work, you've been making your health a priority, but you feel like your progress has stalled, peptide therapy is what comes next. At Rejuvenate Medical, we offer targeted support for metabolism, recovery, and body composition built around your labs and your life. You didn't come this far to stop here. Find us at rejuvenemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely. Boil
Shin
them and cut them.
guards. Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Slow-moving downpours and thunderstorms into the midweek forecast will stalled out front in the neighborhood overnight tonight at 72 degrees. Afternoon storms Wednesday, 88, and PM thunderstorms Thursday and Friday with mid and upper 80s, and scattered storms continue into the weekend. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning. How are you doing? Welcome inside. Oh. Jeeves, take their jackets, please. Yes, make yourself comfortable. The first course, which is a bowl of milk, will be served very soon, followed by the second, which would be a handful of dried Cheerios. What's happening, hot stuff? God. Oh, he's an idiot. Oh, boy, but doggone it, he's our idiot. We love him. He's Roger Zamboni. Oh, my gosh. What you guys miss out on when Rogers is acting. My friends, this is the Tim Fletcher Show, and that basically is it in a nutshell. And somehow, I've been doing this for about 28 years. I don't get it. I'm not going to rock the boat, though. Maybe everyone's forgotten that I'm still just doing this. And they just kind of... Right, I still have to go do the TV thing every night, right? So, yeah. We are on 1130 The Tiger, KWKH, 1130 The Tiger, 103.3 FM. Yeah, Tigra. Down in Lafayette, of course, we're on 103.3 FM 1420. The dog. Nope, it's the goat. It's the goat. But that's our goat that we named Don Key, and it's now has this affect with its voice that we cannot shake. We tried speech therapy. First of all, you know how many speech therapists we have to call to get to come out here to do what we're asking them to do? Finally, that guy over at the Circle K said he'd do it.
What you talking about, Willis?
You got that right. We got a little dirt foot popping and locking behind us. You know, you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 318-725-5945, 318-RALLY-45.
Hello? Hello?
My
Hello?
gosh. Is that Jason Orgeron? Coach O, is that you, buddy?
We're coming.
Secret agent, man.
We're coming.
Yes, you are. Come on down,
And we
buddy.
ain't backing down.
You never do, dog. You never do, and that's why we love you, buddy. One team, one heartbeat. Coach O knows a good thing. Come on, Brady.
Hello?
He knows this, I bet, that if you win a lot, put on a good product, folks are going to show up. And that's the case with the Mudbugs. Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. If you want to be a part of the Bugs action, get your tickets for next year now. Go to mudbugshockey.com. If you want your business to be aligned with a really cool franchise that does everything right just about, man, you know, they can't win every game. But, boy, they put on a good product, and they do treat people nice, and you get bang for your buck, and, man, the access to the kids and the game, and, just awesome. Mudbugs Hockey. Remember when the Mudbugs played hockey? That was awesome. 318-636-7094. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental Text Line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. LiveOakENV.com. Hey, dudes, you got dumpster service at your work, and I assume that you know which company has it because you see it every day. Does it have the Live Oak logo on there? Huh? Okay. Yeah, good, great. Oh, but your guy that's in the suite next door does not. Oh, you don't like him, do you? Oh, the Spite Store. If your dumpster doesn't have the Live Oak logo, what in the world are you even doing? Get on the good foot. Come on over to Live Oak Environmental. 318-230-7125. LiveOakENV.com. Get better service, save some money, and work with some nice people, man. Speaking of, the good folks over at Sports World are going to be opening the doors here in a couple of hours, helping somebody today find something they didn't think they could find anywhere else but Sports World, and they were right. Oh, they went and looked at a big box store, but never found anybody to help them, first of all. Didn't have what they were looking for, and the person that they did ask had never even heard of the you-know-what. Well, they got all the you-know-what you could ever shake a stick at over at Sports World. 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros and poets. They're a fan of both, prose and poetry. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. My friends, we're on the social media. You know what? They call us the TikTok twins, me and Raj. There we go. He does the dance, and I provide the beatbox. The TikTok twins. But we're on X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at Hester32. And, of course, listened to him yesterday. Good show again. Off Center with Colvin between 4 and 5, talking about the hobby, the memorabilia, sports cards, Pokemon Go, Magic the Gathering, which, of course, you can all find at Sports Cards of Louisiana on North Market, north of I-65. Off Center with Colvin from 4 to 5. Right here on 1130 The Tiger before Sports Talk with JJ and Bonsai Ben. Hall of Famer. Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, John James Marshall. God, kind of threw me for a loop there. Of course, sitting in the saddle with Colvin. Okay. Sitting in here with Colvin as his producer and board op, our GeekCon godfather, our Mardi Gras Mamba, the main man that makes sure the Tigers get on the air. The Texans are here on Sundays as well. Put your hands together and give him a follow on the X at Greg Atom. Okie dokie. Once again, the worst human beings in the world happen to be sitting right outside our studio. We're on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads as well under Tim Fletcher Show. We stream the show live on the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page and Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel every day. Every day. Monday through Friday. In Technicolor sound and Panavision audio. Hey, everybody. And afterward, when the show is done, when you guys go home at 10 o'clock in the morning after your 3 or 4 days of working in the salt mine, Rogers and I are just getting started. We take each hour of this radio enterprise, Starships. We wrap it up 1 hour at a time, hermetically seal it, vacuum out the other air pockets in it, so it's fuel efficient and coefficient and drag efficient. Shove it as far as we can up that cloud's that you see it when it starts yodeling. That way, whenever you want to go listen to any of these hours of our show, you can just dial into your favorite podcast platform, Apple, Spotify, Amazon, Google Play, Bert and Ernie's, Candlebox, Smithereens, you name it. They've got you covered. Whew. That's an entry ramp right there, Raj. And you thought it was the exit.
I did.
Going the wrong way, Raj. Going the wrong way. Time now, my friends, for your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a really, really good guy. So much so that he has made it his avocation, his vocation, to make sure that he can help you reach your financial and investment destinations. Why would you not want to align with somebody who really wants to just help you? Now, to help you, you've got to meet Bo. You got to know Bo. Now, he knows all of his clients. They're friends of his, and his friends are clients. Clients are friends. That's what happens. It becomes a very close-knit relationship, man. And so you want to get to know the guy, and I think you're going to absolutely enjoy the heck out of it. Man's got some stories. He's an avid turkey hunter. And, of course, former NFL linebacker with the Bengals, all SEC at LSU. A high school just menace at Captain Shreve. But right now he wants to help you to reach your financial goals. Bo Harris Wealth Management, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris bringing you this SEC update. The NCAA Men's Golf Championships have been going on, as you are well aware. And for the second time in 3 years, the top-seeded Auburn men's golf team will play in the championship match. After defeating number 5 Oklahoma State 5-0, the Tigers will face UCLA today at 4:25 in the afternoon. They'll get after it. In the opening match, Logan Riley wasted little time, jumping out to a big lead over Eric Lee. The freshman piled up 4 birdies, including 3 in a row on holes 6 through 8 to close out the first point for the Tigers. 3 straight birdies from Josiah Gilbert on numbers 9, 10, and 11 would give him a lead. He would not give up. After an eagle on 13 and a birdie on 15, it gave the orange and blue its second point. Junior Caden Pope played the anchor role after a bogey on the third hole, he played clean golf, dialing up 4 birdies to close out the match 3-2 and lift Auburn to Wednesday's championship match. Once again, number 1 Auburn defeated number 5 Oklahoma State 5-0. Logan Riley defeated Eric Lee 7-5. That is a pounding. Jackson Colvin won 1-up versus Preston Stout. Jake Albert 1-up versus Gavin Lane. Josiah Gilbert defeated Ethan Fang 4-3. And Caden Pope defeated Philippe Faberg-Johnson 3-2. And oh, by the way, Auburn's Jackson Colvin collected his 2nd National Player of the Year honor this season on Tuesday as he was named the recipient of the 2026 Fred Haskins Award presented by Stifel. He is the 4th multi-time winner in the award's history, joining Texas's Ben Crenshaw, who won it 3 years in a row. He ended up being pretty good. In 71, 72, and 73, BYU's Bobby Clampett, who was also pretty good, 79 and 80, and Arizona State's Phil Mickelson, who won it in 90, 91, and 92. That's not a bad little group to be associated with, huh? He is the first player in college golf history to win multiple Haskins and Hogan Awards. So, giddy up. In 10 starts since February, he has picked up 6 individual wins, setting Auburn's career win record and tying the conference's career wins record in the process. So, that is pretty impressive. By the way, the Haskins Award goes back to 1971. Former recipients include Scott Verplank, Tiger Woods, Russell Henley, Justin Thomas, Maverick McNeely, Shahith Thagala, Chris Gotterup, and David Ford, among many others. So congratulations to Jackson Colvin and the Auburn Tigers, who will play for a national championship today. And that, my friends, is your SEC Update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. The SEC Update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner. Bo Harris is also a certified investment management analyst. That's CFP, SEMA as well. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com. Downtown Shreveport's where his office is located at 223 Fannin. Fun stuff. Time now. Put your hands together. Put those hands together. Other way, Raj. And give it up for the man, the myth, the legend, Rogers Hambone Hampton.
Hey, boy. Happy 2 for Tuesday, Timothy Fletcher.
What up, G-Money?
I don't know.
You sound a little stronger than
it's a little better externally. But internally, the struggle continues.
Ask me about the rage within.
Oh, man.
So you still having a little trouble breathing?
And the dizziness. And
is that a big deal? Is the breathing, is that necessary?
It kind of is.
Yeah. Interesting.
And when somebody's sitting across from you looks at you and go, you just went pale.
Yeah. Which I did yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then by the time you left, you're like, well, you got a little more pink in your face. I was like, boy, that's the scale of my life now, pale and pink.
Pale and pink. Skin like a pig.
I can just split the difference. I guess that's okay.
That's true. And you were just good enough for me to not feel guilty about leaving you.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if something happened, you knew where you were going to find me.
Right.
That was kind of my logic behind sticking around yesterday.
Okay.
Well, if something happens, somebody's going to find me in here.
Not going to miss you. I mean,
No,
we will
you're not looking in vacant ditches from my upside-down red truck.
No.
Just go right down the hall.
And here we go.
And he's to be on the floor.
Yes. Yes.
But one good thing about sticking around yesterday is I did get to listen to the new show in person.
Oh.
I have listened to it, but to be right down the hall and kind of listen to him do it live and then listen on the radio down there.
Yeah.
It's, again, not my world. I don't understand any of that except for the love of sports.
Right.
It's just they know what they're talking about, even though I don't know what they're talking about. They just talk about it with ease. And yesterday what got me is Calvin and Greg, and this is how that world, I have so much to catch up on with y'all, is Calvin asked Greg and his guest, which card would you rather have? It was a signed Ohtani rookie card worth $4,500.
Okay.
So right off the bat, you're like, well, golly, yeah. Well, the second was a Lou Gehrig original card. And right off the bat, you kind of go, just because you're in the day of the moment. And Greg even surprised me. He goes, right off the bat, as soon as you said Ohtani, I'm doing that. He goes, but then you realize it's a Lou Gehrig card, and nothing else can be done for that card. He even has a disease named after him. So Greg went with the Lou Gehrig. And he goes, that goes against everything that I know about the Ohtani card. So, like, little nuggets like that. I don't understand why or what, but I learned something new that I didn't know. And and you're right, Calvin is getting more and more comfortable with being the host and knowing how to wait and bring somebody. It's been very impressive to watch him.
Especially, and he's been doing it for right at a month.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And since I did stick around yesterday because of the storms, because right about the time I thought I might leave is when all hell broke loose. So I ain't getting out there. Well, he happened to come in early yesterday, like at 2:20. So I sat in here with him for like an hour. We talked a little bit, but then I left him alone because he pulled out all these cards, sat where you were at, put on his headsets, and was listening to something. And for the next hour before I walked out to let him have his time, he just did research and was doing stuff with the cards while I was watching Love American Style and Love Boat.
Right. So he does basically what I do, sits there for about an hour and a half, writes out everything.
Oh, it was very impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, I looked up, and if he wouldn't, if his beard now wasn't longer than yours and he didn't have a hat on, I turned around. I was like, Tim, what are you still doing here at 2 o'clock?
Because of the research, yeah.
It was just.
Yeah, it's uncanny.
Because same thing with the laptop. He had the laptop right in front of him. So I turned around. I'm like, well, damn, Tim's wearing a hat and his beard is. Nope, that's Calvin. But yeah, Love American Style. They replaced Laverne and Shirley.
Well, that's not a good thing. 6:20 the time.
But it's a very good show. I don't know anything about that world.
Right.
And I find it interesting.
I do too. And I'm in that world. As a matter of fact, I've got a couple of cars that I sold that I'll be shipping off today. And just this is why it's kind of fun to have Calvin's show out and about right now, and to have our affiliation with Sports Cards of Louisiana over at 3000 North Market Street, just north of I-220 in the Brookshire Shopping Center, our local card shop here that's just outstanding, Joey and Sarah. But I had a Bowman. I am a very, very, very big fan of Bowman Chrome. It's a subset of Topps, which of course, is now owned by Fanatics, but Topps used to own everything. And Bowman Chrome is basically, it's where you find prospects, the kids that are just drafted in major league uniforms, though, like it's fall ball, after they get drafted, they go off to, Arizona Fall League and Grapefruit Fall Leagues and stuff like that. So it's them in their big league uniform, and it's their first true card that's been licensed by MLB. And so it's a big deal. Bowman First Chrome. And so I had a Bowman First Chrome autographed of Jacob Mizorowski out of 99. It's green, out of 99. They're a beautiful green there. But it's Mizorowski, who, of course, if you pay attention to baseball, is a phenomenal pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers that has thrown the 100 hardest thrown pitches by a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball history all belong to him. He's just phenomenal. And so I had this card, and I had it for sale last year for about $510. What I had it out there for. No one bid on it. Sold it yesterday, Raj, for 4 times that amount. I've had it out there as a buy it now for just barely under $2,000. And it's been sitting there for 3 months at that price. And I got a ding. I'm like, oh. And I've got a couple of like $3 cards, $5 cards, $7 cards, a $12 card that are being bid on right now on eBay. And I was like, oh, So I went over there before I even looked at it. I went over and turned on my printer to print out a shipping label because as soon as it hits, I like to try to get it shipped out, maintain a 100% thing.
You're doing so much better at that. Sorry, Mr. T-shirt winner guy.
Yeah. So the thing is that, I was like, oh. Then I went back and checked my phone and went, oh, the Mizorowski sold? I said, wait a minute, that's a buy it now. That wasn't going up for bid. And I thought, oh, no, did I screw up and put it out there at auction? And someone bought it for like a ridiculously low price, and I wasn't even aware of it. And I looked at them and said, oh, no. They paid the price that I said, if you want it, you got to pay it now. And so I was like, wow. And so that's kind of one of the things that is fun to listen to Colvin about, because Colvin and Greg both are very, very well versed in this. And so they're going to have information on cards like that. Yeah, you can do your own comps and stuff, but it's also kind of nice to know folks who know what they're talking about, Greg and Colvin, that if you've got some cards that you are curious about, like, hey, when is the time to set these up? Like last night, for instance, I put a couple of Spurs cards out there on eBay. Got a really nice Wemby card from this year out of 50, gold. That's a gorgeous card. I've got a Dylan Harper rookie card out of 99 that I put out there because people are looking for it. And so Miz is having a great season, and so somebody just was like, I want to try to find this, a Miz auto, and he sees these are right there, and he saw something in the value of mine, the way mine looks, it's just about a perfect card, and he hopped on it.
So just because he's having a good season is why that made the spike?
It made it go that much higher. And that the fact that he is so far, knock on wood, that the guy hasn't really had any kind of injuries. He had the little thing last year with his knee and a cramp, but he's not had any structural damage to any of his, his throwing motion limbs. And so that's just kind of neat, though, how it kind of goes like that. And that's where Colvin and Greg can kind of also help guide you a little bit. If you have some questions about, hey, when is the best time to do this? Is it better to do NFL cards, put them out there like during training camp, or do you want to wait until it's like week 5? NBA, is it smart, during the draft to start throwing out last year's rookies and start trying to sell those? So off center with Colvin, Greg, they do a really nice job. But, yeah, it's fun stuff, man. And go to Sports Cards of Louisiana. They've got all the fun stuff that you could look for, all the great cards, all the stuff coming in, including Magic the Gathering and Pokemon Go. So there you go. Sweet Lincoln's Mullet. Text in on the Live Oak Environmental text line. Former LSU Tiger Gage Jump got his first Major League win last night. 7 innings, 1 earned run. Saw him hit 98 on the gun. I don't remember him throwing that hard at LSU, but good for him. Yeah, he was dealing last night. He really was. Yeah, I was watching as well. And that's good for him because kind of had a rougher go in his debut, but he wasn't bad. He just kind of got a little unfortunate. And so it was kind of nice last night, even though it was against my Cubbies. It's still good to see a kid get out there and get that first Major League win. 6:25 the time. Are we early for the 6:30 break? All right, so we got Matt Yoder coming up, so let's take a timeout, come back, do an SEC update, take a timeout, and we'll be right back.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Sports World 8809, Jewella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Jewella, just off 3132.
This Memorial Day, get up to an extra $1,000 off select top brand appliances like LG. Plus, get free delivery at the Home Depot. Whether it's backyard cookouts or watch parties, LG's newest refrigerators keep the drinks ready and guests impressed with mini craft ice, plus both cubed and crushed ice. Celebrate Memorial Day with appliance savings and free delivery on select appliances at the Home Depot. Offer valid May 14th through June 3rd. U.S. only. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $998 or more. See store online for details.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. The early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Our little radio program also coming at you courtesy of Bobby L. Green Plumbing Team. The plumbing team I like best, 318-631-0235, 318-631-0235, greenplumbing.com. That's green with an E, plumbing.com. Bobby L. Green Plumbing Team. Time now for your LSU update, brought to you by Exmark Strength Equipment, exmarkfitness.com. They'll be opening their doors over here, over here. Oh, boy. Exmark Strength Equipment, located at 7144 West Park Road, right over there. Will be opening for business in just about 45 minutes. They're open Monday through Friday, 7:15 until 3:30, and they are absolutely chock full of all the fitness and strength training equipment you could ever possibly want, covet, need for your individual workout station at home, in the garage, in the sunroom, out on the back porch, wherever it is you stack your gear. They've got it ready to help you on your fitness journey. Good people. Mike, the Baileys, go check them out, man. Bringing you this LSU update. So, the softball transfer portal. We already know that Jaden Heavner was out the door. Since then, oh boy, first baseman Torrey Edwards, utility player Maddox McKee, catcher Jada Phillips, outfielders Destiny Harris and Jaden Leno. As Scott writes on dandydon.com, which, of course, we are big fans of Scott and what his dad built there, the loss of Heavner was significant enough, but the departure of Edwards is equally concerning. The former SEC Freshman of the Year in 2025 hit .375, tied the single-season record with 18 home runs, school record .802 slugging percentage. This year hit .284 with 12 home runs, and scored 39 while also still getting all SEC honors. So you're losing all SEC first baseman, your record-setting star pitcher. That's tough. There is apparently a nice signing class on the way. And if you're thinking that is Beth Torina on thin ice, in an interview with Jacques Doucette on WAFB, athletic director Verge Osberry said that he has no complaints about Beth and believes the future remains bright for the program. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by Exmark Strength Equipment, exmarkfitness.com. When it comes to your fitness and strength equipment, there is nobody better than the fine folks over at 7144 West Park Road. They've been at this for 25 years. They supply training equipment, fitness equipment, for people nationwide, worldwide, and we have the opportunity to get it here locally and save 25% on the shipping by going straight to the source, 7144 West Park Road. When we come back in the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, we will be joined by the man, the myth, the legend, awfulannouncing.com's Matt Yoder joins us next.
Every morning, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. These guys are there morning, noon, and night, really, for everybody since 1973. Whenever you've had an athletic gear need, you've always been able to count on Sports World. Every single time. Helmets, cleats, starters blocks, javelins, you name the sport, they've been able to come through for you, and they continue to do so. Locally owned and operated, Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. River City's Floors at 3910 Shed Road in Bossier City handles all your flooring needs. Hardwood, laminate, luxury vinyl, tile and stone, carpet. Plus, they can repair, restore, install, maintain, and if you've got a business, a large business, they can take care of your commercial service as well. They are River City's Floors, and they bring us our springtime coaches conversations. Kevin Bryan and Company at 3910 Shed Road in Bossier City, River City's Floors in Bossier. Your frozen concoction station is Daiquiri Express. 7 locations, all locally owned and operated. All locally owned and operated by the Johnson family. You'll find them in Shreveport with 4 locations, 1 in Minden, 1 in Blanchard across from Walmart, and in Bossier, north of Wimple Road, across from Golf Cars of Louisiana on Airline Drive. What a great way to unwind this evening when you get home. Stop by Daiquiri Express, get that frozen concoction, and forget your troubles. Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the old radio program. It is 6:34 on this lovely Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. On 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport, Louisiana. 1420 The Goat in lovely Lafayette, Louisiana. Oh, yeah. The early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. When it comes to your baseball, softball, travel gear, whatever you got going on in athletics, you know that Sports World has been your universe since 1973 when the A's were in the middle of a 3-year reign as World Series champs. Or so says my much older friends. Sports World, 8809 Joella. Our show also brought to you by the fine folks over at Bailey's Jewelers, East Texas, in front of Pierre Bossier Mall. Gary Bailey, Paul Little, from just right to priceless, they have the perfect gift. East Texas, in front of Pierre Bossier Mall, Bailey's Jewelers. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our River City's Floors springtime conversations. You know him. You love him. He is the man, the myth, the legend. And that's not an understatement. From awfulannouncing.com, perhaps straight from a pulpit near you. He's a man of the cloth, a man of the pen, a man with some direction and 2 kids and a wife and a Saints fandom that has plagued him for life. Give it up for Mr. Mad Yoder.
Good morning, Tim. The intros just get better with the passage of time, like a fine wine.
Yeah, you know, I don't know about that, Matt. How are you doing, sir?
Excellent. Loving life in Central Ohio. You know, I was just telling Rogers we haven't had rain for about a week up here, but the temps are lovely, like mid-70s. We are not melting. And I know this is going to be hard for folks down there to understand, but it does get quite hot and humid in the summer in Columbus. Maybe not melt your face humid like in Louisiana, but we're enjoying a nice late spring, early summer oasis here before the heat and humidity really come. It is Memorial Week also in Dublin, Ohio, which here's a nice fun fact for you. Good point. Yeah, the belief is that Jack Nicklaus built Muirfield Village on top of an old Indian burial ground, and that the tournament and the course is cursed, and that it rains every single week that the Memorial Tournament is held.
Bum, bum, bum.
So, yes, I mean, you know, match that with your Denver airport conspiracy theories. But this year, for some reason, looks like maybe Saturday a little rain, but other than that, sunny and clear blue skies. So I don't know what Mr. Nicholas is up to this week.
Well, he's finally...
Perfect drop.
I guess he has just done enough to satisfy those in charge of the weather, if you know who I mean. In addition to that, I'm kind of curious, Matt. You're in Central Ohio, Columbus, of course, and MLS City. What World Cup affiliation is going to be housed near there?
We have the Ecuador national team calling Columbus home throughout the tournament, which is interesting. Ecuador, I think, is a bit of a dark horse for the tournament. You wouldn't fancy them too much, but they do have a couple of the best defenders in the world. William Pacho from PSG, who just won the Champions League final against Arsenal. He leads their back line. They had the strongest defense in the South American qualifiers. So, the way soccer's been going, Tim, I mean, soccer matches look more like rugby matches at the top level these days.
They really do. You're right.
You could see that Ecuador team maybe getting through the group stage, get to the knockouts, 120 minutes of defense, maybe you want a penalty shootout or here or there, and they can make some noise.
Look at you already jumping on the Ecuadorian bandwagon.
I know. I've got my jersey, my flag. I'm ready to go. We are all aboard Team Ecuador here in Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio's favorite country now. So we've got World Cup. You've got, boy, I wish there was something going on in the world of sports, because you do have the Memorial going on. If the Players is the fifth major, the Memorial has got to be among top 10 tournaments that golfers want to win, I would assume. And so is that about the size of it in your aspect or not, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the non-majors, the Players probably see them alone as the fifth quote-unquote major in golf. But I would put the Memorial right there, as you said, kind of in that next class of 5 tournaments, because it is one that, as the PGA Tour has shifted to this signature event model, it's one that stayed there year after year after year. And, I mean, it's Jack Nicklaus's tournament. It doesn't get much bigger than that. It's kind of like Bay Hill with Arnold Palmer and the legacy there. I'm sure even after Jack is gone, we hope that's many years from now, this tournament, it's such a premier site, great location, great history. So I'm sure it's going to be one of those premier PGA events for a long time. It's been interesting with the signature event model. The PGA has had, some of it's where they got most stars, but you got Roy sitting a week, maybe you got Scotty sitting a week. The fact that they're both here in Dublin this week playing this tournament tells you this is a really big deal.
It's kind of interesting when you were saying that about, you brought up Bay Hill. So there are venues that are tied to legendary golfers. Tiger's going to have Torrey Pines. Okay, so that's going to be one of the things that he's always going to kind of be associated with. Jack in Columbus, of course. Arnold at Bay Hill. Byron Nelson in, Dallas, Fort Worth. And Ben Hogan over in Fort Worth. And what's interesting to me is that it feels like one of the reasons why the Memorial is still so big is because Jack's alive, and it still means a lot to these players to go see him. Now that Arnold's gone, is that going to start sliding back a little bit? Because we see the Hogan, the Colonial, it's nowhere near as much in stature as it used to be. And the Byron Nelson is kind of not quite what it used to be, even though they've made it one of the signature events as well. And it just feels like, man, I hope that doesn't happen to where all of a sudden you lose touch with the legends of the game and their courses that were invitationals, originally. And we lose sight of that, and all of a sudden everything just becomes the corporate. Whoever has the largest purse is the one the fellows are going to go to. You know what I mean? It feels like that we're losing a little bit of our nostalgia with the loss of some of our golf legends like that.
Yeah, and what's so special about the Memorial Tournament is Jack Nicklaus. Every year, I mean, even at 85, 86 years old, he's still at the 18th green on Sunday to shake hands with the winner.
Awesome.
That means something to not just the golfer that wins it, but the golf world as a whole. So, absolutely. I mean, you hope that he'll be able to do that for a few more years, but it was kind of hilarious. He was asked about I think it's the 2045 U.S. Open that's going to return to Inverness in Toledo, up near the Michigan border. And Nicklaus's comment was, "I hope you enjoy that," which was great, which is a great line from the Golden Bear. So you hope some of that history will remain alive, but we do know with the passage of time, things change, memories stay.
They do.
But that's why I go to the course here at Muirfield is just so special, so great. I mean, it's hosted President's Cup, Ryder Cup. It is one of the premier venues on tour. not to take away from Bay Hill or any of the others like Colonial, but my hope is, and at least the hope everyone here in Central Ohio is, that it's a course, a venue, a tournament that's so well run, so well received. The players really appreciate it. The fans love it here in Central Ohio. So hopefully that's a legacy that will endure even as a lot of things change in the sport.
Speaking of change in the sport, the NFL underwent a little bit of a metamorphosis on June 1st, on the opening day of the league year, I guess, one part of the league year begins June 1st. So, speaking of Ohio, Myles Garrett, who had made it very clear that he was not leaving Cleveland. He wanted to finish his career there. He wanted to win, though. He wanted to win. No, I don't want to be traded. Lo and behold, about a week ago, 8 days ago, when I guess the idea kept coming back to the Browns, he started warming to it, Matt, and so the Browns lose their signature guy but get a bounty in return, a younger player under more contract control with Jared Verse. The draft picks are going to be fantastic. It feels like the Rams are doing the defensive equivalent of the Matthew Stafford trade from 5-6 years ago. So from your perspective there in Central Ohio, where you've got the Bengals and the Browns that are the NFL landscape, how big was this, and what's been the general reception from most Browns fans, including your wife?
Yeah, what's fascinating, Tim, is most Browns fans that I am in contact with have kind of met this news with this seems like an okay move, which is crazy because you're trading away literally the guy that just last year set the NFL record for most sacks in a season, who is a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the great players in your franchise history. But Tim, it makes a lot of sense from the Browns' perspective, and I think it's the combination. I mean, not only do you get Jared Verse, who is one of the absolute elite young pass rushers. I mean, you get 5 years younger at the position with him. The drop-off in production, nobody on planet Earth is Myles Garrett. But if you look at high-ceiling defensive ends around the league, like he's a guy. You get an extra first-round pick. You get an extra second-round pick. I think if it was one or the other, if this was like a Luka Doncic, Anthony Davis trade, or if this was something where you are just mortgaging the future completely on draft picks, it might feel a little bit different. But the combo of that you get a Pro Bowl caliber player, at least someone who projects to be a consistent perennial Pro Bowler in Jared Verse, plus some of the extra picks that should help you theoretically get a top quarterback in next year's draft when some of these guys that held out in 2026 should come out in 27. I mean, the Browns should be able to pick an Arch Manning, a Dante Moore, a Lenora Sellers, maybe someone that we're not even thinking of, like Fernando Mendoza, that rockets up the draft charts next year. If anything, Tim, I think the reason why it makes sense for Cleveland at this point in time is it aligns their window. Myles Garrett had a dream of the Browns winning. It's not going to happen for the next 2, 3, 4 years. So you bring in a guy in Jared Verse who is younger and is on that same timeline that your team is on. Now, granted, this is the Browns. There is no timeline for victory. I mean, we all know that up here in Ohio. But the dream is alive, and if you look at it purely through that lens of preparing for the 27 draft, getting a franchise quarterback, getting a little bit younger, I mean, there are, believe it or not, Tim, there are some decent pieces on this Brown team. Quinshon Judkins, the Ohio State running back, is there. Harold Fannin Jr., another Ohio product from Bowling Green, looks like he could be a future All-Pro at tight end. So, these are rookie guys as well. So you get younger, you get more draft picks, you prep for that franchise quarterback in 27, and then hopefully you build from there and wish Myles Garrett the best.
After the news breaks, and then yesterday, Myles Garrett shows up in L.A. looking like a very happy man, going from the harsh winters of Cleveland to L.A. in a Super Bowl contender in a world-class stadium. And the weather is beautiful 360 days a year. In that little brief period, they also talked to Sean McVay, and he let it be known that, he's been talking to Aaron Donald, and that Aaron Donald's all endorsed this move, and, hey, might be time to dust off the cleats. What does it say about what are we doing here? Is that something that you think is actually going to happen? And if you're the Rams, do you want Unc showing up at the barbecue when it's just the kids? I'm like, hey, you're an alumnus. Your party ended at 8. This is for the kids. How do you feel about Aaron Donald possibly joining Myles Garrett as a bookend on the Rams front line?
If it was anyone but Aaron Donald, I would say thanks but no thanks. But this is Aaron Donald, too.
He does not look out of shape, does he?
This is probably, let's be honest, one of the top 5 defensive tackles in NFL history. And it's not like he's coming in at 40 years old, getting out of a wheelchair. I mean, he retired at 32, still in the very prime of his career. So, shoot, if Aaron Donald's got 2 working legs, the contract offer is open if I were the Rams, Tim. They have no draft picks to speak of anymore. They keep trading them away.
Like them picks.
So,
you know how it goes with those
exactly.
guys.
So, hey, maybe Aaron Donald you treat him just like another draft pick, except he's someone that's got, 10 all-pro appearances to his name, and as long as he's kept in shape, shoot, why not? Because, the reality, Tim, is you don't need Aaron Donald to go in and get 20 sacks for the Rams this season. You just need to go in, even 50 or 30% of Aaron Donald is still going to be an above-average NFL defensive lineman. The way you rotate up front, the way that we see all teams do that these days. Shoot, if you can get 30 snaps at a high level from him each game, why not? If you're the Rams, where's Flipper Anderson? Bring him back for next season. Eric Dickerson, how much miles does he have left on the tires? Just bring them all back. They are all in Super Bowl or bust this year.
Vince Ferragamo as the backup. I think this is all starting to come together. I like this plan. There was also one other trade before we take a timeout. Just your thoughts on the Diana Rossini's big splash. The only thing that she's done, I think, significance all year is break this story. I don't think that I've seen her name associated with any other news, but she seemed to really be in on this. Had the inside story on this trade the Patriots were pulling off with the Eagles here. But A.J. Brown goes from Philly to New England again, a bountiful haul for the Eagles in return. We know that the Eagles are very smart with their draft picks. They have the opposite of the Rams approach. They use their draft picks and build Super Bowl contending teams with it that way. So, again, it looks like one of those trades that, I kind of see it from their angle. I certainly see it from their angle. I think they're okay. What's your perspective?
Yeah, I don't think that's the only inside story Diana Rossini has from New England, if you know what I mean. It is interesting, Tim. I think for the Patriots, it's a slam dunk deal. You were in the Super Bowl last year. Folks have a lot of questions. You have that staying power if you play a first place schedule, and you have a young quarterback in Drake May. Bring in a star wide receiver, a bona fide number one. Case closed from that end of the spectrum. For the Eagles, though, I kind of wonder, and not just, great, you get a first-round pick, but to me, it's not until 2028. You're only getting a fifth-rounder this next year, and there's so many questions around Jalen Hurts, and my question, Tim, for that team, that franchise is, how did you get to this place where you felt like you had to trade your star wide receiver? And what does that mean about the faith in Jalen Hurts leading this team forward? It just seems kind of like a toxic mess there in Philly. So I look at this trade, I look at some of those questions, and I just wonder, is this a team that's ready for a fall? They have so much talent on the defensive front. They have good players all over the field. They still have Saquon Barkley, which still should give you a chance. But it just makes me question, has the window maybe even shut for that team? And this is an admission that they're trying one last chance to make it work, or maybe it's an addition by subtraction model if A.J. Brown was causing problems behind the scenes. But I can't help but look at this move and think the Eagles are going to be a better team this season than they were last season.
And that is a very interesting way to look at it, Matt. And if I'm a Cowboys fan who thinks that this is finally going to be the year, it might be actually the first time that they can kind of look at it and realistically say, hey, I think that we might be able to stack up man for man against the Eagles this time around. And I think the wild card and everything going on in the NFC East is going to be what's happening with Jaden Daniels and how healthy he is and how effective he is and just what the Commanders are able to do. Because I think the Giants are still kind of a mess. I think that I think it'll be interesting. I've never really quite looked at it as like is this more of a measure of toxicity and things disintegrating as opposed to A.J. Brown and Jalen just, there was something just not right between those two. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Tim, I think if you've got your Cowboys fans out there listening, this is a great opportunity for them to reach their ceiling of the divisional round of the playoffs.
Oh, boy. See, this is the great thing about Matt Yoder. We're going to take a timeout. He is Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan, but that's just it. Even though there are, how many Saints between us and Ohio, Raj? 1, 2, 3, something like that? Minnesota's not, I don't think. Y'all are below that. But so, yeah.
A little bit to the east as well.
Okay, yeah, you're east of there. But look at that distance.
Think of the frying pan, where it sits. Isn't Kentucky the frying pan for all of you states there?
That's true. There we go.
We're just above that.
Well, see, we don't learn frying pans. We learn boots and panhandles. I've never heard the frying pan of Kentucky, so that must be a Midwestern elementary.
Well, no, it's like you draw the state.
I see it,
right?
yeah.
From Minnesota down to Louisiana, and then Kentucky. Maybe Kentucky is it's Tennessee's the pan, and Kentucky is the thing you're cooking. But yeah, I mean, I'll text you the meme, Tim. I'll text you the frying pan meme.
I see it now.
Yeah, Iowa, Missouri.
Sure.
What's north of you? Arkansas? Is that still
something
a state?
like that? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
there. But now you'll never be able to unsee it.
I won't. And now it's almost like is that dress gold or blue? Whichever way you see it. I now see the frying pan. We're going to go from the frying pan to the fire of what Matt Yoder thinks the Saints are doing right now. Speaking of aging defensive pass rushers who can still get the job done, there's still one that's not going anywhere yet. And so what will Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan, that's what I was getting at. There's a great distance between us, but even Saints fans in Ohio know that the Cowboys are going to fall short of their goals. Yay! Allegedly. And we'll be back with more of the early riser portion of our show with Matt Yoder of awfulannouncing.com right after this.
Detroit-style pizza has its own rules. We learned them, then we made it our own. Johnny's Pizza House is Detroit-style pizza. Deep pan crust, crispy edges, your choice of toppings, then finished with the pizza sauce swirled right on top. Mouth-watering cheesy goodness. Order online at johnnysph.com and build your own Detroit-style pizza. Detroit-style the Johnny's way. Order a taste of Detroit this summer at Johnny's Pizza House. Let's share a slice.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
This Memorial Day, get up to an extra $1,000 off select top brand appliances like LG. Plus, get free delivery at the Home Depot. Whether it's backyard cookouts or watch parties, LG's newest refrigerators keep the drinks ready and guests impressed with mini craft ice, plus both cubed and crushed ice. Celebrate Memorial Day with appliance savings and free delivery on select appliances at the Home Depot. Offer valid May 14th through June 3rd. U.S. only. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $998 or more. See store online for details.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. 6:56 the time. We are 1130 The Tiger in Shreveport, Bossier, and T-Town. And, of course, 1420 The Goat in Lafayette. Thank you, Don Key. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Thanks as well to our friends over at Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Bringing you Friday Football Frenzy for 13 straight years now, I believe. Yeah.
It's time.
Yes, sir.
It's time. It's time.
It will be time before you know it. I love my Silverado, Raj, unironically. Yesterday I come home. I stopped by Chop Shop and got me a little Philly cheesesteak egg rolls, as well as their little potato nuggets. And I sat there in my truck eating it and listening to This Is Important podcast featuring the three idiots from Workaholics. And I'm like, I, again, have a AccuTemp air-conditioned house 5 steps from the driver's side door, but I'm sitting in my Silverado because I just love sitting in this truck. Silverados at Chevyland. That's where you go. They got them all pinned up. They're all corralled and ready to be let loose in your driveway. Chevyland, the #1 Chevy dealership in the area, among the top 250 Chevy dealerships in the country. Family-owned and operated since around 1962. Jerry Montgomery, Steve Warren Company, Chevyland.com. Hanging out with us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline from Central Ohio. He is Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan from AwfulAnnouncing.com. He is our buddy, Matt Yoder. Matt, talking about the Saints now, there were moves made, obviously, the A.J. Brown trade from the Eagles to the Patriots. Myles Garrett and Jared Verse swapping destinations, Cleveland and L.A. Saints kind of standing pat, doing A-OK, but still looking around and going, hey, those guys are still here. Should we take the cellophane off their locker, as in Cam Jordan and Alvin? What's your stance on that, and does the silence so far mean anything?
It's interesting to me. I don't think these guys are in a rush, given where they are in their careers. And my conventional wisdom would say the longer this goes on, the greater chance that these guys return, just from the sense of, the Saints eventually will have to plan without them. Maybe they've been doing this whole time, but it says to me, there's not really a market out there for Cam Jordan that is paying him what he thinks he's probably worth at this point in his career, coming off one of his best seasons in years last year. So that as time passes, you kind of lean towards the familiar and say, okay, well, I couldn't get what I wanted on the open market, or maybe for Alvin Kamara from the Saints' perspective, maybe they're looking for a trade partner or someone to help with the contract. So you say, okay, we'll lean into the status quo. I do wonder, though, if these Myles Garrett and Antonio or A.J. Brown moves are making teams look at this and say, hey, Rams and Patriots are loading up. We need a veteran guy to come in and be the last piece of the puzzle. Is Sean Payton looking at Cam Jordan sitting there?
That's exactly where I was wondering if you were going to get to. Yeah, that's interesting.
And, I don't know. Maybe that trigger finger gets a little itchier to say this is a veteran guy that can come in and be that last piece, and not Myles Garrett that's going to come in and completely transform your team, but as someone that can come in and sort of be the capstone to what you feel like is a Super Bowl contender. And that would be my worry right now, is that these moves, now that they are starting to move, maybe there's a team that looks at this and says, all right, now's the time to pounce.
Very interesting. As far as the OTAs are concerned, was there anything that came out of the first few days that made your eyebrows arch, or maybe gave your heart a little pity pat in terms of, oh, this is good news?
To me, I think the most interesting thing is Jonas Sanker being tried out at the slot position in place of Alontae Taylor. We saw him make some pretty good plays in the second. I mean, he's someone that definitely caught my eye. It'll be interesting to see if he's a little bit close to the inside, close to the ball. Could he have the same impact as Alontae Taylor had as a blitzer? Playing up there in the slot, do a few more things. How is he in man coverage? I think one of the things I saw in Saints Wire that was really interesting was in the reps that he took in the slot, he was, I think, rated 3rd for pass defense, which would be a revelation for Brandon Staley and this Saints defense if he was there more full-time here up this upcoming season. But it also begs the question, okay, if he plays in the slot, who fills those safety spots? Is it more of a veteran combo and Reed and Blackman? Does someone else step up there to play the deeper role? But to me, that was one of our biggest questions coming into next season, is who's going to take that slot position. If you fill it with Sanker, I think there's a ton of potential there. It's a move that gets me excited, but it's also kind of that knock-on effect of, okay, now how do we fill the other spot in the defense, and how does that entire unit come together for next season? Of course, you're watching the receivers, see if any of these young guys can make a name for themselves beyond Chris Olave and who we assume to be Jordan Tyson as the starters. But right now it's those two spots that I'm looking at.
You know, they Underhill and Triplett on New Orleans Football kind of dissected a little bit of the Jonas Sanker being moved to that star position from safety as kind of a clear indicator that it's going to be Julian Blackmon's job to lose at one of the safety spots. And so it feels to me like here in the last 3-4 years, Matt, that the safety position has become more and more of a pivotal point for defenses to concentrate on, that it's not just the edge rusher first and, then the Mike linebacker. And then you cover corners, but the safety seems to be taking a lot more precedence, and teams are kind of loading up more with I don't know. It just feels like that the physicality of the position is kind of coming back into vogue. Do you feel that the Saints are equipped in that back half? Because we all talk about cover corner, and you mentioned the Sanker moving to the star position, a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage, maybe can do a little damage blitzing or whatever. What do you what's your take on just the way the Saints back half is looking right now?
There's a few question marks. I mean, you've got Blackmon coming off an injury. He's still very young, so that's good. And, he produced decently well with the Colts. So you've still got Justin Reed back there. Mm-hmm. On the outside, you're depending on some youth with Kool-Aid McKinstry and Quincy Riley. So I wouldn't necessarily say, hey, it's a boom or bust unit, and if things go south, we're going to be back to the days of Jason David and company getting torched all the time. But if you're going unit by unit across the team, I definitely think it's the area with the most to prove. And it is interesting, Tim, just the way defenses have changed and the way that football has changed the last couple of years. I mean, we're not in the era of Drew Brees and Peyton Manning and Tom Brady anymore. And so many teams are kind of playing that too deep look and demanding teams to beat them underneath. So it'll be interesting to see how the Saints defense comes together and some of those additions that they've made up front. Caden Ellis replacing Demario Davis at that middle linebacker slot. Just the way that they react to how offense has changed and how the game has changed over the last few years, where running the ball is maybe not fully back in vogue, but the games kind of have that retro look nowadays where not everyone is passing for 300 yards every game like we've been used to for so many years. So it'll be interesting to see how the Saints unit kind of continues to evolve with the times and whether that back end can kind of step up and prevent those big plays from happening. That seems to be the defensive obsession with the NFL these days.
Matt Yoder joining us, awfulannouncing.com. We're on KWKH, 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport, Bossier, Texarkana, as well as 103.3 FM, 1420 The Goat in Lafayette. Matt, when you talk about just the physical nature of the safety, you bring up the running game kind of almost being and we've brought this up as well the last 2-3 years. It's really become evident to me that teams are putting a little bit more stock not only just on the running back position but on the interior offensive line, whether that's because they want to protect the middle of where the passing lane is for the quarterback or whether they're trying to create some space in the A and B gaps to give running backs a little bit more room, since you now have teams with so many two-headed monsters and sometimes even three-headed monsters at running back. You can put fresh legs out there against a depleted defense. And so it all kind of, we're kind of going in a cycle. And what I'm getting at is it feels like that the Saints may have been either right there on the curve or slightly ahead of the curve in what they've done these last couple of years in paring down the roster, getting where they are bare bones offensively, building it back up from the offensive line out, bringing in another running back, maybe holding on to Alvin, and having a quarterback, Matt, that just feels like more of a throwback era quarterback in a way that he's not Lamar. He's not – Shuck is not going to run for 900 yards in a season. He's not even Jackson Dart like that. But he's also not Peyton Manning, but he's got a little bit more of that it feels like, but with mobility. And it just feels like that maybe the Saints are kind of bringing that pro-style offense. We've talked about it so many times already, Matt, with Kellen just in love with 3 tight ends and, trying to push the envelope last year. We had a 5 tight end set. So we know he wants to be more physical and protect people and kind of give his quarterback that old school offense. I love it, and I really do think that the Saints are kind of where the NFL is heading right now.
Well, and Tim, one of the new pieces that we really haven't touched on much probably is, in all honesty, the most important addition to this team, and that's David Edwards at guard.
Yeah.
All throughout the Drew Brees, Sean Payton era, you had cornerstones up front. And, yeah, it was maybe a little different because Drew Brees wasn't the tallest quarterback in the world, and you needed that interior offensive line to be really good. To be able to give him those passing lanes, but you knew you could rely on Jari Evans and Carl Nicks. And the Saints have invested so much at the tackle position in the draft with Fuaga and Banks, and rightfully so. Those are important, but I think the entire football fandom and universe underplays the significance of that interior offensive line because that's where so much of your team and your offense is able to perform consistently, whether that's in the run game or whether that's giving your quarterback time to throw, because we all know, what that interior pressure can do as far as decimating an offense. I mean, look at why the Rams are interested in inviting Aaron Donald back 2 years out of the league, because he was one of the best ever at doing that. That's where the play starts, and that's where it can fall apart the quickest, is right there in that interior offensive line. So for me, the Saints building inside out, it's something that this team has kind of always done, but they really Eric McCoy has been a very solid starter for years and years, but he's also had a lot of injury issues. And when he's not there, inconsistent play of Cesar Ruiz, kind of that revolving door left guard, is it any wonder that the Saints have kind of struggled the way they have? So I love the Edwards move because it solidifies such an important spot for this team. It should help the run game and the pass game, and that's what you need in the NFL in 2026 to be able to thrive. So that's a move that has kind of gone under our radar a little bit, probably gone under the radar of a ton of fans nationwide because, left guards aren't drawing headlines, but it's one that I think that could serve this team as far as any move they've made this offseason. That could be the number one when we're looking back 6 months from now at the 2026 campaign.
Matt, there's so much I want to ask you, but I know I've already kept you so long, and I know you got things to do, but I'm going to ask you, can you hang on for just one more little thing or not? If not, I promise I'll get it. No.
Absolutely, Tim. The children are brain rotting on iPads, so we're still
awesome.
fine.
That is Parenting 101,
yes.
buddy. All right, we're going to take a timeout to get kind of close back to being on time. Matt Yoder, awfulannouncing.com, joining us because we haven't talked about the NBA Finals and the broadcast. It's a big deal. And the NBA wants this to work really, really bad tonight. And it's going to be, I cannot wait to hear your thoughts on this. Plus, he's got a feature out on awfulannouncing.com that I want to ask him about as well. Matt Yoder joining us from Central Ohio. He is Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan. As we wrap up the early riser portion of our show, heading to the cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 50 minutes with breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, and more. Go see Drew and the crew at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Take the industrial exit off I-20. Go north until you get Fuzzy at 8 o'clock with Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Back with Yoder right after this.
Every morning, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. These guys are there morning, noon, and night, really, for everybody since 1973. Whenever you've had an athletic gear need, you've always been able to count on Sports World. Every single time. Helmets, cleats, starters blocks, javelins, you name the sport, they've been able to come through for you, and they continue to do so. Locally owned and operated Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
I'm Mariah Butcher, nurse practitioner with Rejuvenate Medical. If you feel like your progress has stalled, peptide therapy at Rejuvenate Medical helps you go further. Better recovery, metabolism, and energy built around your plan. Find us at rejuvenatemedical.com.
If your AC system is getting older, you're probably paying for it every month. Higher bills, lower efficiency, and more repairs. Bobby L. Green is taking care of local families for generations, and we'll help you upgrade the right way. Right now, you can get up to $3,500 off a qualifying system through SWEPCO incentives. Better comfort with lower costs, long-term, one call, one trusted team. Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Schedule today at greenplumbing.com.
Call 318-545-6535.
Exmark Strength Equipment has been around for 25 years right here in Louisiana, right here in Shreveport at 7144 West Park Road. Their mission has been the same from the jump, providing high-quality fitness equipment that helps people achieve their goals, whether that's lifting heavier, moving better, or living stronger. From right here in Shreveport for over 2 decades, They're more than just a fitness equipment company. They're with you on your fitness journey. Exmark Fitness Equipment.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Bateman Lawyer Spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 24-17188. Results may vary.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, guys. 7:12 the time on this lovely Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. We're in the cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's will open here in just 48 minutes. And a reminder for you that Fuzzy's Taco Shop at 4600 East Texas, their happy hour is truly ecstatic hour. Everyone gets happy. Not just because you have $1 off domestic drafts and $5 or less for house margs and Bahama Mamas, but how about $2.50 regular tacos, $3.50 premium tacos from 2 until 6 every day, Monday through Friday. Go check it out. Your happy hour at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Joining us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, continuing our conversation with AwfulAnnouncing.com's Matt Yoder, Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan. We've already buried the Cowboys. Saints are in the Super Bowl after they beat the Rams with Aaron Donald and Cam Jordan trying to get to Tyler Shuck, while Myles Garrett is playing wide receiver for the Rams as well. So we've got that all taken care of. Tonight, the NBA Finals are back over the air, buddy, on ABC as well as ESPN. What kind of a deal is this for the NBA to be over the air and to have their premium product with the TNT guys, with Shaq, the Jet, Chuck, Ernie, all together, one platform. Here's our best effort, and you got the biggest star in the basketball planet with Victor Wembanyama as well at the center of this universe, and you got the stinking New York Knicks looking for their first title since 1973. Don't blow it, boys. So here you go. How big is this?
It's really amazing, Tim, what a difference a year makes for the NBA, because this time last year, you had the Thunder and the Pacers, two small markets, SGA, MVP, yes, but maybe not someone that the country is really ready to fall in love with, and that was kind of accentuated this postseason with all the flopping cheers from the crowd and the social media hate for the Thunder and all of that. But ratings weren't terrific. It was a great series for basketball purists. If you were a fan of the league, if you're a league pass viewer, you got everything you could ever want. Tyrese Halliburton, the buzzer beater in Game 1. You had, the Game 7 tragedy, but the heroics of Jalen Williams stepping up. I think it was Game 5 maybe that he scored his 40 points. So there's a lot going on. But just the conversation around the series was all about this does not feel like the NBA Finals.
Right.
Where's the Larry O'Brien trophy on the court? Where's the final script? Where's the player intros? The ESPN coverage is just Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins yelling at each other and driving viewers crazy. So there was a lot last year's finals, Tim, that almost reached ahead from the standpoint of, this just isn't working anymore. What ESPN and the NBA is doing for the finals, where the league is, it kind of seemed to reach a low. And here we are a year later, new television deals, $76 billion for the NBA over 11 years. I mean, Adam Silver, I actually just wrote this morning for the site, Tim. When you look at the NBA TV deals this year, he really threaded the needle in a way that I think deserves a ton of credit. And yes, he's been called out for tanking and load management and player health. And there's all of these questions around the NBA, deservedly so. But I would argue the league is in a healthier position maybe than ever before. I mean, at least since Michael Jordan in those days, because he's been able to simultaneously take part in the streaming revolution and grow the fan base. Because he's in this new TV deal, yes, he signed with ESPN, took a risk in leaving TNT, but signed with Amazon to get some of those tech dollars and continue to move forward with the streaming revolution. But I think even more importantly, the number of games on broadcast television on NBC, not just in this postseason where you have the entire West Finals, what an advertisement for the league, by the way, on network television, but NBC televised games throughout the regular season. You had Hawks Magic games on Tuesday night on NBC for the entire country to see. You had the Heat and the Timberwolves, the Cavs and the Spurs. I mean, all these random matchups that weren't just the Lakers and the Celtics and Steph Curry and the Warriors and the Knicks. So that paid off because regular season ratings up, postseason ratings up. Even ESPN for the conference finals, their sweep for the Knicks, ratings up. Western Conference Finals, Game 7, 15.9 million viewers for NBC for a conference finals game. I mean, that's just extraordinary. Highest rated conference final game since 2016. That series as a whole, highest rated conference finals for the NBA since 2002. That was the Kings-Lakers series, and Tim Donaghy stealing the show.
Literally.
Literally.
Yeah.
And now, not only do you have the Knicks, first time in the finals since 1999, but probably the game's next global superstar in Victor Wembanyama. You could not draw this up any better for the NBA. And it's the funny thing to me is that I think we touched on this last week. The Spurs were a ratings eyesore through the Duncan and David Robinson era with Greg Popovich. Now they could be very well the league's marquee team. And, any sport not named the NFL, usually you need a big market team to do that. But Victor Wembanyama, his uniqueness, his star power is just the way he is such an interesting human being. That seems to me like it's going to be transcendent. And so it's a win-win for the NBA, whoever wins this series, whether it's the Knicks or the Spurs. But you look at all of these factors, the revenue, the ratings, the star power, it's a complete 180 from where the league was a year ago.
Matt Yoder joining us from awfulannouncing.com. As he mentioned, he just has an article that is posting or has been posted.
Will be live couple hours.
Okay, I did see that you have one on Wright Thompson that's got your byline. We do this in remembrance his search for home. What is it about Wright Thompson that drove you to having a nice feature piece on him here, and as far as what he does, which of course if you watch ESPN's College Game Day, you've seen his long think pieces. If you've subscribed to ESPN the magazine, Wright Thompson is one of the more gifted sports writers of this generation. I think it's not an understatement or an overstatement whatsoever. So, Matt, just kind of curious, what was the genesis of this, and what did you get out of it?
Well, this one was really fascinating, Tim, and thank you for asking, because this was a piece that took a while to come together. Definitely proud of and happy with the way it turned out. But to take you behind a little bit of how the Awful Announcing sausage is made, this is one where ESPN actually reached out and said, hey, Wright Thompson's got a new golf series. Want to talk to him? And me, because, I'm a bit of an idiot, I turned that into, hey, why don't I try to write the definitive profile piece on the greatest profile writer in sports, because I know it'll never stand up to the quality of Wright Thompson's work. But, like the Cleveland Browns, why not try to take a swing and do something memorable?
Right. Let's draft another quarterback. Yeah.
Yes. So, instead of just the perfunctory Q&A, tell us about your series, I tried to go inside his mind a little bit. And, what makes this guy tick, because he is so widely respected across the industry. Mm-hmm. He is probably the defining sports writer of this generation. And it's funny because he's someone you read and you hear, because he does a lot of the voiceover work for ESPN's major championship golf coverage. Certainly SEC fans will probably know him well from his True South series and the work that he does for SEC Network, but he's not someone you see a lot, and I think that's very intentional with him. So it was fascinating to talk to him about the future of sports writing, why it's something he thinks he'll endure, what makes him tick, what goes into his pieces. And probably the most interesting thing I learned was in 2007, right after his move to ESPN, probably the most famous piece he wrote was this really moving essay about him going to the Masters without his father, who had just passed away. And it was always his dad's dream to go to Augusta. And he wrote about, the ghost of his dad following him around the Masters after he died. Well, I learned this year he took his daughter to the Masters for the first time. But as I went through his archives and searched the internet, he didn't write about it. So I called him back up again and was like, hey, can you tell me why? Like, why the definitive sports writer of this generation, you have this great story that would bring your career full circle. Like, why didn't you write about it? And his response was, not every moment needs to be copied. Like, I just wanted to enjoy that moment with my daughter. So I thought that was kind of cool that, here you have the world's greatest sports writer in some people's estimation, and his most powerful story is the one that he didn't write. And, there's some great existential stuff in there where it's like, maybe none of this actually matters, but maybe sports writing does matter. Like maybe, the connections, the community, the families, the bonds, like, there's something special about sports. So there's kind of that, artist mentality of how much of this will really last. And I thought it was a really compelling insight into what makes this guy tick and just his thoughts on the wider industry as a whole and what it all means. So would definitely encourage anyone to go to Awful Announcing and check out that profile piece on Wright Thompson.
It's really well done and very well written as expected. So kudos to you, Matt. Nice get. And whatever Wright Thompson's writing, if there's a book coming out with his name on it, I buy it, because he's one of those guys that I just love to read. There's a few: Christopher Moore, Carl Hiaasen, and Wright Thompson. Kind of three different cats, but man, that just respect the heck out of folks that can write. And one of those guys that can do it is this fellow we're talking to right here, Matt Yoder, awfulannouncing.com. We are so fortunate to get him on a pretty doggone regular basis, talking Saints, talking whatever's going on in the broadcast media world, as well as what's happening on awfulannouncing.com. I suggest that you hit the website because they are stocking it with stories on a regular basis every day. Just a lot of good stuff to read, and it turns out of there. So, Matt, thank you very much, buddy. And I really do appreciate your time this morning because we absolutely squeezed every ounce of energy from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. It's always a pleasure.
You bet. Matt Yoder, awfulannouncing.com. We'll be back with more of the Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop with your SEC update right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
We talk about Fuzzy's Taco Shop and their breakfast tacos, their breakfast burritos. They're so amazing, and they're available at 8 o'clock in the morning. But, there's so much to love at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Look, man, if you're into chips and salsa, that's the place to go. You're in for a great margarita, that's the place to go. You want incredible enchiladas and nachos, that's the place to go. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas. Download the app, Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Download the app. GBT has been our stand by us bank for quite some time. When it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips, I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team. Radio legend Robert J. Wright joining us here. Spell Brothers Lumber, not just lumber, they also do windows and doors as an installation. Robert, you've had experience with Spell Brothers Lumber.
In a nutshell, my friend, it was really, really cold downstairs in my house, especially near these old, creaky 30-plus-year-old windows. Spell Brothers installed, state-of-the-art, now it's warm.
Get warm with Spell Brothers Lumber doors and window installation. When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 11:30 The Tiger.
Hey now, welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Roger Sambone Hampton, the Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's is ready to help you have a good fuzzy feeling in your tummy because it feels so good and yummy. Yummy, I got fuzzies in my tummy. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. They open their doors in 34 minutes. You are so fortunate that you can get there and between now and then and grab stuff that we just can't get because we're stuck here in the studio. If only someone would ever bring us breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. Time now for your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to help you navigate a path to your investment goals. What are your goals? What are you trying to save money for? What are you wanting to invest money for? Is it for, I just want to be able to retire someday? Hey, you and me both, right? So sure, that's obviously well worth it. Maybe it's for your children's post-high school careers, whatever it's college or trade school or what, travel, gap year. Your aging parents, you know somebody's going to have to help take care of them as well because, buddy, they took care of you, didn't they? Whatever the goal is, get there with a plan in conjunction with a meeting with Bo Harris, Wealth Management. Give Bo a call, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris Wealth Management bringing you this SEC update. All right, so ESPN has, it's June, and so they're doing what a lot of us do. Like, when's football going to get here? Give me a taste of football, please. Mama, I just want to lick the spoon. I know the cake's not for me, it's for Aunt Barbara, but I just want to lick the spoon. So they have the top 100 newcomers. Okay? These are the top 100 newcomers, new faces in new places. And we'll kind of go through these a little bit and spotlight a couple of SEC fellas here, including at number 98, Bo Masco, cornerback out of the University of Texas. Been at Rutgers. Now he's at Texas. And Texas lost both starting cornerbacks last year. Are people in Texas dumb? Patrick. Sandy's getting mad. Anto Saka. What a great name for an edge rusher. Anton Saka. Aye, Saka you. You know Saka me. Cassius Howell, of course, I think he had the tiny arms, right? Yeah, he changed his name later on. Cassius Howell was the edge rusher for A&M that had the tiny arms, I think. Still was a first-round draft pick, though, right? So who's going to take his place? Anto Saka. A household name in College Station. LSU has one. Lamar Brown, the true freshman. Injuries, of course, have not helped with former Evangel Eagle Gabe Relaford out with a torn ACL. Patrick Payton, Jack Pyburn, Jacobian Guillory all gone. And here comes Lamar Brown. He's got very good bend and flexibility along with the proper pad leverage and the quickness to shoot gaps. He hates these gaps. He's shooting these gaps. Austin Simmons, quarterback, Missouri. With primary starting quarterback Bo Pribula off to Virginia. Did I miss that? I don't remember Pribula transferring out. Okay. They need an experienced quarterback. Well, they got one. Austin Simmons, who, of course, was Jackson Dart's backup at Ole Miss and was a starter before he got hurt in week 2 and lost his job to Trinidad Chambliss. So Simmons transfers to Mizzou, and Sipowicz over there decides to make him the starter even before they began spring drills. Named him the starter in March. I wonder if they play each other this year. Interesting. One more from the SEC. I'm going to try to remember these, Raj, and I know I won't because I just won. Alabama, senior defensive tackle Devin Tompkins from the portal. They lost 6 players to the NFL or the transfer portal among the defensive front at Alabama. So they hit the portal, and they got Tompkins. Not massive for the interior of the defensive line, but strong, athletic, creates mismatches, knows how to needlepoint. Oh, wait, that's not in there. Can be disruptive against the run, wins with movement, steadily increased production over his career. Looks to be an impactful player in the SEC. Oh, well, there you go. Draco, losing 6 guys to the portal in the NFL. Alabama's had to go to some kid named Devin Tompkins that's undersized. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think Alabama's due for about a 6-win season this year. You ready? You with me on that one, Raj? 6-6. Fired DeBoer. They hire Coach O. Instead of going, yo, you have to do, y'all. How y'all doing? Well, this is really hard to do. Trying to go from a Cajun accent to a Southern bumpkin. Like all you spammers. And then he takes off his mask and it's actually Nick Saban. Wait, we're still doing the SEC update, weren't we, Raj? Sorry about that. The Tim Fletcher School of Theater took over there for a second, Raj. Your SEC updates are a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is an absolutely super-duper good dude who is as classy as the day is long, but he's also just a dude, man, that you can talk about football, sports, turkey hunting, you name it, he can talk about it, but most importantly, your goals in your world of investing and finance. Give Bo a call, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Take a time out here, but before we do, I want to remind folks that there is a big deal going on. Jeff Goldblum here. The Brown Service Center. That's where I go get the fly taken care of. My little capsule. In H-Town, baby, Brown Service Center in Houghton celebrating the grand opening of their new quick service oil change base Saturday, June 6th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Stop by for a free oil change plus burgers and hot dogs. What? A free oil change plus burgers and hot dogs from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Brown Service Center. They offer typically your fast 10 to 15-minute oil change for cars, pickups, work trucks, plus tire service, truck accessories, all with honest local service you can trust. They're in Houghton, for Pete's sake. Visit Brown Service Center, 1838 US 80 in Houghton. Brown Service Center, fast, friendly, local, free oil change Saturday, 8 to 1 at the grand opening of their new quick service oil change in H-Town. And we'll be back with your LSU update here in the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour right after this. We talk about Fuzzy's Taco Shop and their breakfast tacos, their breakfast burritos. They're so amazing, and they're available at 8 o'clock in the morning, but you know there's so much to love at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Look, man, if you're into chips and salsa, that's the place to go. You're in for a great margarita, that's the place to go. You want incredible enchiladas and nachos, that's the place to go. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas. Download the app, Fuzzy's Taco Shop. River Cities Floors brings you our springtime Coaches Conversations. River Cities Floors, located at 3910 Shed Road. You name the floor style, you name the floor type. If you can walk on it, roll around on it, or your pets can run all over it, they've got it for you at River Cities Floors. They've been handling people's flooring and carpeting needs for over 20 years. Kevin Bryan and company are ready to help you out as well. River Cities Floors, bringing you our springtime Coaches Conversation. AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot. GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hello. How you doing? 7:37, that's our time. It's a Wednesday. Hooking up, tracking down, coming your way today from 11 until 1, the best outdoor show on the radio, featuring Gary McCoy, my boy, Gary McCoy, Steve Graff, Mike Eccles, three fellas that know their way around a honey hole, three fellas that know their way around the hunting woods. Hooking up, tracking down. Best outdoor show on the radio from 11 until 1 for our friends in Lafayette. Buddy, I would download the 1130 The Tiger app and tune it in. I think Graff puts it on their Facebook page too, doesn't? Yeah, it's there too. So we know you guys love to hunt and fish as much down there as the folks up here do. So by all means, if you ever get a chance, please listen in. It's a really good show, and I'm not a big hunter. I'm not a hunter or a fisherman, but I enjoy their show because they, like Roger said, it's fun listening to people who know what they're talking about, talk about stuff they know what they're talking about. Time now here in the Fuzzy's Taco Shop Cleanup Hour for your LSU update, brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment, XmarkFitness.com. Well, that's the X, the M-A-R-K, and the fitness, all right there together in one website address, which makes it sound like the website address is about 712 letters long. But it's not. It's just XMARKFitness.com. What happened to the Dufresnes? They're hungry and lost and missing, yeah. They're hungry and missing. Xmark Strength Equipment bringing you this LSU update. All right, so we know that transfer portal is not being very kind right now to the softball squad. What's going on in the baseball side of things? Okay. Who are they looking at? Well, one name that certainly has been making the rounds from the I saw whenever he posted it on X last week, Trey Housey, the first baseman for Louisiana Tech, from on3.com. This one makes all the sense in the world for the Tigers to be aggressive in making a move for Housey after he spent the last 2 years at Tech and is from the Monroe area. By entering the portal, he is clearly looking to raise his level of play after hitting .338 with 15 home runs and 47 RBI. A successful pursuit of him could also solve two positions, as Housey likely would be a candidate to insert the everyday first base position, which in turn would allow the purple and gold to move rising sophomore Mason Brown to the outfield. Braun has been an outfielder all of his life, and it was really this year when he first started to play first. He did it adequately. They say admirably, but yeah. And a lot of how LSU attacks the portal at that first base spot in particular will depend on what Johnson and Brown have decided to do for the best position for him in 27 and beyond. Housey would be an excellent addition if first base is an area the Tigers want to address. Very interesting. I think it is a match made in heaven, and I think that if I'm Mason Braun, how do you say B-R-A-U-N? Braun? Yeah. Yeah, why am I got in my head to say Brown? But Mason Braun, good Lord have mercy, may have mental block. If I were him, I'd say, okay, look at the first basemen that are in the big leagues now. They usually matriculate there after starting in the outfield. Why don't I give this outfield thing a go like I'm supposed to be doing? I'm going to be good at it fielding-wise. It's going to probably put me back in a more positive mode offensively. And then that way, once I get drafted, this is the way I'm thinking, Raj. If I'm good enough to be starting at LSU as a freshman, I'm thinking I'm going to end up getting drafted. I would think, outfielder, that's going to be a lot easier to move up the ranks because guess what? There's three of them.
Learn how to play both corners. We'll see. And that'd be very interesting if Housey is indeed leaving Tech, which it sure seems that way. Why not just move down to Baton Rouge and play for the old state school? And that's your LSU update, brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment, xmarkfitness.com, the letter X, MARKfitness.com. Xmark Strength Equipment. When it comes to your strength and training equipment, they are absolutely positively your source and have been for 25 years. Go see them right over here at 7144 West Park Road. Shop in person because the store is open right now. Their 100,000 square foot showroom warehouse storefront open for business. Save money over getting it shipped as well. Adam Ester's in the house. Good morning, Adam.
Yo.
Rogers Hampton's in the house. A little woozy. We've got more of the show ready to rock your world as well with Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Cleanup hour continuing. Our little radio endeavors also brought to you by Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com. Yesterday, our Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind featured a visit with John Alston, former Loyola Flyer, former Stanford Cardinal, St. Louis Ram, third-round pick, Oakland Raider, played under Lane Kiffin with the Raiders, by the way. And ended his career, I think, his last paychecks came from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But, of course, he's also a writer, which he wrote All-American. That was on Netflix, right? Esther, does that sound right? All-American? Yeah. And he has also...
I watch old TV shows on repeat. I don't know these things.
I get it. Yeah. He has also written 7 episodes of the CBS show SWAT.
All right.
And that is a critically acclaimed and award-winning series as well. And he informed us that, by the way, John's got 2 lovely daughters. And I sent him a photo of my lovely daughter when she was the age of his daughters. And then I sent a photo of him with Sid in her LSU jersey at the Chimes during Alabama week when she was interviewed by WBRZ. Sydney Fletcher hates Bama. Then I sent him a photo of Sid in a wedding dress and sent a photo of Sid with me and the grandkids.
What are you doing right now?
I'm telling Austin.
You just talking about how you exchanged pictures or something?
Right, because I told him, be careful, because turns to this so quickly.
And I had a picture of my dog.
I guess I should have gotten to that
I
point.
was like, wait, what are we doing?
I should have gotten to that point further. And it didn't take 30 minutes. It took 15 seconds. I was like, you go from here to here really quick.
Right.
So enjoy it while you got it, buddy. But he also said,
hey, what do you think this spot is on my shoulder?
His new thing that he is working on, he is writing a script for what he hopes to be his first foray into feature films on basically a Die Hard but for New Year's.
A Die Hard but for what?
For New Year's, like it occurs on New Year's. Okay. He goes, because Die Hard is absolutely Christmas.
Yeah.
And he goes, we haven't had anything that's been like great holiday thriller like that. He goes, I've got it, I'm writing it, and getting ready to trot it out there.
I like it.
So
Jason Statham, huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
Not a bad
Not
idea.
the only one we got left at this point.
He is about the only one. I don't think you want to try Arnold out in that, do you?
No.
So, but that was part of our Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind, and that was a lot of fun. And I've just really enjoyed keeping up with it. His dream job, by the way, is to remake Any Given Sunday, but leave the locker room speech verbatim, but have whatever actor that tries to come in and be Al try to handle the speech. He said, there's no way I would try to rewrite that speech.
No, it's perfect. You don't need that.
He said, but I think that it could use like an update. How long ago was Any Given Sunday?
99, I think.
So there is that your generation.
Yeah.
That's your football movie, probably from your high school years. Okay.
I mean, program was probably 90.
Program probably connected with you more than Any Given Sunday did, just because.
Well, Varsity Blues was that.
Right.
Varsity Blues was the hey, this is us. Program would be second, maybe. I love Any Given Sunday though. I am not a hater by any means.
There have been a lot worse movies that have been remade in a lot less time span than 26 years later. So, pretty cool stuff. And that's all, again, courtesy of the fine folks over at Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com. Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, absolutely just a godsend for so many wonderful endeavors around here, including the title sponsor of GeekCon. GeekCon 11 coming up 2 months from now, right? A little over 2 months from now.
A little over 2 months, yeah.
As well as Colvin's Next Card Show. Also brought to you by Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers and the presenting sponsor of Off Center with Colvin. We'll be back right after this.
Need top-notch construction equipment or cranes in Shreveport, Louisiana? Scott Equipment has you covered. As a trusted family-owned business, we offer a wide range of equipment for rent or sale. Whether you're tackling a big project or need reliable machinery, Scott Equipment is here to help. Stop by Scott Equipment on North Market today to learn more and find out how you can save for your next rental or purchase. Call or visit us now and get the job done right with Scott Equipment.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, and Adam Fishbone Hester. I like the tattoo of the fishbone, man. That's pretty cool. I didn't know you were going to cover the whole sleeve up, though, like that. That's,
Cameras.
Huh?
See, there's no.
Oh, look at that magic.
Magic.
Magic leg.
It makes me understand the mallard on Billy's arm now on Why Young and the Restless
Well, I
more.
get it, yeah.
The mallard?
He's got a big duck
got a
mallard.
big
This
duck on
actor, I mean, it's not just, it covers his whole
Like, why wouldn't you get an
arm.
eagle? Why do you get a duck?
There's got to be some.
Yeah.
It must be.
right?
It's more than likely just
He
paint.
invented a duck call or something like that. But it's not just a little one, Adam. It's like around here, forearm, and up the arm.
Okay.
And it's new because the ink is.
Is he like a bad boy character or something?
His dad's a rock and roll star.
Yeah.
I know just enough to be dangerous. Speaking of just enough to be dangerous, last night in the Stanley Cup Finals, Game 1, Hester, Vegas overcame an early 2-0 deficit on the road to edge Carolina 5-4 in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final Series. The Hurricanes got the crowd going right out of the chute with Nikolai Ehlers scoring 25 seconds into the game, the fastest or quickest goal scorer in a Game 1 in Stanley Cup Finals since 72 or something like that. The roof nearly came off, though, when Ehlers' second goal of the opening period at the 12:08 mark, but Vegas kept chipping away, eventually grabbed a 3-2 lead on William Karlsson's twine tickler at the 4:35 mark of the second period before the Hurricanes even things on Jordan Stahl's goal 8 minutes later. They exchanged goals in the first half of the third period. Vegas went up 4-3. Carolina tied at 4-4, and that's when you were like, okay, this is insane. It's 4-4, third period, midway through. This crowd is going absolutely bonkers. But here comes Tomas Hertl. Lit the lamp with a little over 3 minutes to play in the third period with what turned out to be the winning goal for Vegas. The Golden Knights are the first road team to win a Stanley Cup Finals Game 1 after being down multiple goals. Prior to last night, teams in that scenario were 0-55. Game 2, Thursday in Raleigh. Hester, did you watch any of Game 1?
Third period, yeah.
Outstanding hockey. Holy cow. Man, when you see guys do something that good, it is unbelievable. Sure. But it turned out to be just a mistake. And how wild is it that basically it was, Carolina got a little goofy with the puck. And who was it at the end of the...
And that Vegas just lives for that.
Shane Ghostesby here.
Ghost Bear.
Ghost Bear. The Ghost Bear. He lost track of Hurdle on that game-winning goal with about 3.5 minutes before they were going to go to OT. He said, that one's on me. I just took a breather for a second. Coach Brindamore, not exactly.
I've been in Carolina for 30 years. Please make my life easier.
He said it's these mistakes or it's those mistakes we made tonight that really you just don't make, and we made too many of those tonight. Rest versus rust, whatever you want to say, and we're going to find out a little bit more about that kind of philosophy tonight in the NBA Finals Game 1 as well. You've got the Hurricanes who have been blitzing through the Stanley Cup playoffs. You've got the Vegas Golden Knights who have been kind of having to go toe-to-toe and slugging it out, got a little bit of a breather in this last series. Same thing in the NBA. The Knicks have won 11 straight games, 3 over Atlanta, then back-to-back sweeps. Meanwhile, the Spurs are just coming off a rough and rugged 7-game set with the defending champs. Hester, the winner of Game 1 in the Stanley Cup Finals, how big is this? How about they win 76.4% of the Stanley Cup championships go to the team that wins Game 1.
Wow.
That's a wild big number if you ask me, especially in today's world of hockey.
Sure. Where home ice doesn't always matter and teams bounce back from 3-1 deficits, and Vegas
goalie gets hot.
I
mean, we see it happen all the time.
Vegas,
but obviously not as much as I thought.
Vegas has a roster that's meant to just make life miserable, and now they have the coach to go with that, who also loves to make life miserable. And so going down a goal, 2 goals early is not gonna. They're not gonna turn their game off. So Carolina might have to win this next one in some ways, just because going down 2-0 to a team that loves to make life miserable is probably not ideal. To go take that back to Vegas, where that'll be a hot building too, even though obviously Carolina's was last night. When they tied the game at 4, that place was right back in it. And those are good fans they have there. Have been for a long time.
Yeah,
so.
They are. They were in it. They were all over it. And it was well done. Nice job by the broadcast. It was just top-notch, buddy. When you get to this level, when you get to this stage of the playoffs, it is just an absolute blast. The same thing goes for tonight's NBA Finals. I cannot wait. I think it's going to be insane in the membrane. In San Antonio. By the way, the Spurs are a 4.5-point favorite. I wonder what the odds are now. I don't have to wonder. They make these things on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of this?
I've heard stories.
That you can find, like, what the odds are of a team's chances, like what sportsbooks would consider?
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's wild, wacky stuff. As far as the champion right now, Vegas, minus 155, Carolina plus 130.
Okay.
So these guys know that it's tough. You lose Game 1, you have less than a 25% chance to win the series from this point moving forward. It wasn't like, and I think that Sean McDonough did a nice job. And who does the color on the broadcast?
Ray Ferraro is the guy down in the box, I think.
I can't remember.
I should know this.
That's why I was asking you.
I'll find out. You'll live.
But they did a nice job of kind of pointing out that
some Canadian. I don't know. There you go.
Some Canadian skater. Oh, I love this rip. Celine Dion, she is ours. So they made it a very, for those that didn't.
It is Ray Ferraro. He's just not. He's in the box.
Okay.
He's not upset. Yeah.
Oh, really?
So take that. There you go.
So they did a good job, though, making sure that we were aware that, hey, man, this isn't the goalie's fault. This was expected to be kind of a low-scoring series. This is one of those that I think most people, the over-under might have been 5.5.
It's typically right at round 5, yeah.
And so last night they kind of blew through that, and they said this is not the way this series is going to go, and these goalies are not playing bad. That first charge that what's his name, Ealer or whatever, dude, that was just like the goalie was still probably just putting out his cool. You know, he's like, oh God, I got to put this cigarette out real quick. Oh gee, oh my gosh, he's coming at me. Like, what the heck, fellas? Does anybody want to play a little hockey here in front of me? We're 20 seconds into this stupid thing. These guys coming right at me.
Jeez, I was still stretching.
I was still doing butterfly stretches and skating back and forth, squirting water on the window. The people behind me yelling.
The old
at me.
blade used to the ice here.
I was like, gosh, dog, guys. Jeez.
Yeah, shaving goals over there.
I know. But it was outside. They made some outstanding saves.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you also had just some, as Brendan Moore said, Ghost Bear made a mistake.
Yep.
Ghost Bear admit mistake. Are people in Texas dumb?
I'm sorry. Only you can prevent forest fires.
From the Live Oak Environmental Text Line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Chassan says, one of the greatest SpongeBob episodes ever. Also, love Awful Announcing. Read it almost every day. War Eagle, Auburn, UCLA for the national title in golf. Fletch, get your Auburn golf shirt on. Hester, get fired up. Yoder has Ohio State had a golfer since the Golden Bear. Sweet Lincoln's mullet, when I was talking about the guy shooting the gap, he hates those gaps. I got the jerk reference there, Radio Perfection. Thank you, Sweet Lincoln's mullet. And from T-Shirt Winter Guy, I say that in advance of the text so you know it's not a T-Shirt Winter Guy typical text.
Okay.
I'm sure he has already spoken to it, but I'd really like to get Adam's realistic take on the USA in the World Cup. Well, how about we hold off on that, put a pin in it.
I got to.
If you haven't been, if you're not a friend of Hester's on Facebook, he has been posting every day a U.S. men's national team blast from the past player bio, kind of tied in with the number of days until the U.S. takes the pitch, right? Or till the beginning?
Just the beginning of the World Cup.
Okay.
Yeah, so today would be 8 days away, which there is but one. You don't know where I'm from, dog. Nacogdoches' own Clint Dempsey will be today's subject of that.
Go check it out on Hester's personal Facebook page.
Don't friend me, though.
Do you put that on X as well or not?
I mean, I can, but
I enjoy reading them. I've enjoyed it.
You may go back and do all the days today.
Do it all. Okay, guys. Long thread. One of 996.
Right. Bear with me here.
Hold your comments until the end, please.
There is a 5-episode, I think, Clint Dempsey documentary on Paramount. Hold on, let me get it straight. Paramount Plus. I think it's 5 episodes, and it kind of goes. I mean, this dude literally was in Nacogdoches, Texas. You know, doing whatever he could to play soccer anywhere, and made it all the way to the Premier League, and is the co-leading scorer in the national team's history, and everything that it should have been against that dude being able to do that. And so that's today's subject, and it's kind of tongue in cheek. That's an Arklatex. That's a 3-sport star down there in Nacogdoches. And so watch that documentary. It's really good because there aren't too many people that they're just had that fire like that, and then chip on the shoulder kind of guy. And
your favorite USMNT guy?
He would be in the real short list of that. Yeah. Guys like Brian McBride would be in there too, and some of those 94 guys on the 94 team. But yeah, he'd be right up there in that mix.
Check it out, and he may put it on X even if you ask him nicely, or maybe not if you don't. Just don't ask him. Don't say anything to him, and he might do it.
The problem is too, if you try to friend me on Facebook, I don't see it all the time. And so, I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, I think I know that person. And I'll go, look at the list of people that have friend requested me. And I was like, oh, that was 8 years ago. Sorry about that.
So you're married, divorced, and married again.
Didn't see it.
Yeah, so, okay, so that's why we're not friends yet. All right, go check out the
friends for several years, sir.
8:01 the time. What does Hester think of the World Cup in the U.S.? Well, we'll find that out in just a wee bit.
Short notice.
Cleanup hour.
I'm giving you
some time there. Cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. It means that it's over with. It means that Fuzzy's Taco Shop is now open. Yes, sir. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Happy hour 2 to 6. $5 or less for Bahama Mamas and House Margs. $1 off domestic draft. And how about $2.50 tacos? $3.50. Premium tacos. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Download the app. Start racking up points to get free food like Hester does over here.
That might be dinner tonight, actually.
Boy, it'll be so good right now.
Yeah. There ain't nothing in the fridge, and I ain't going to the store today.
Yeah, I don't blame you, buddy. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, getting it done. We move into the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We have an SEC update on the way. And I want to let you know that we going to have Roy Lang join us tomorrow because he has got a very cool endeavor he is undertaking for the Advocate, the Shreveport-Bossier aspect of the Advocate, our statewide newspaper organization, that I think is really, really cool. And so I am not going to unveil anything or give any other hints other than Roy has got a good idea, and I get to participate in it, and some others are as well. And I think it's kind of fun for you guys to know about it as well, because I would want to hear about it. And so we will tomorrow with Wa de Trois, Roy Lang. I can't remember what time we said we are going to do it. What did I say? 8:15 tomorrow morning, 8:15. Oh, almost at this time. When we come back, your SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management right after this. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Exmark Strength Equipment at 7144 West Park Road, right here in Shreveport, has been doing business for 25 years, helping people achieve their goals, lifting heavier, moving better, living stronger, whether it's high schools, fire departments. They ship nationwide, statewide, and especially right here in Shreveport-Bossier. You can go to xmarkfitness.com, that's the letter X, markfitness.com, or stop by Exmark Strength Equipment, 7144 West Park Road.
Dr. Jonathan Weiler here with Rejuve Me Medical. You've invested in your health. Now refine it with peptide therapy at Rejuve Me Medical. Better recovery, improved performance, and targeted results. RejuveMeMedical.com.
When a drain slows down, it usually doesn't fix itself, and ignoring it just makes things worse. Bobby L. Green has taken care of local families for generations, and we handle plumbing problems the right way. Right now at Bobby L. Green, drain cleaning is just $99 and includes a free video inspection, so you can know exactly what's going on. Restrictions apply. Call for details. One call, one trusted team. Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Schedule today at greenplumbing.com.
Call 318-545-6535.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Paid lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
The Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, brought to you by Donnie Brewer's Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When you're looking for a beautiful manufactured home for 60, 70, 80, 90 bucks a square foot, you know where to go. The BQH at 3830 East Texas.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
What? When did this, Rogers, who put this? Where'd this come from? Microphone. Tim Fletcher Show, Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. The Brew Crew. That's how they look at the competition. This is how they look at you. Hey, competition?
Rogers has sound effects for that. Competition is like Greg.
Brewer Quality Homes is like Colvin. Yay! Brewer Quality Homes. Get the yay, not the boo. Yay! But bring your boo. To Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Time now for an SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you, Clarice. to discuss life. What's important to you? What is your number one priority when it comes to your financial future? Have you thought about that lately? Or you kind of just, hey man, I wake up, put in my time, get a little grub. I was said about Jimmy Dean sausage, going from 16 ounces to 12 ounces. My boys, my wife. You know, life happens, man. And next thing you know, it's June 3rd. And the whole idea of like, yeah, I am definitely going to have a path to chart to get to where I want to go. And it's the middle of the year. And it hasn't happened yet. So please, do yourself a favor. This isn't for me. Heck no, dude. This is for you. I would love for you to have as much success as you could possibly muster. And that includes nailing down a time to visit with Bo. Give him a call. Make an appointment in your phone. Hey, call Bo at 9:15 this morning. 318-670-3101. 318-670-3101. Bo Harris, Wealth Management. Bringing you this SEC update. Well, get ready, Hester, because the national champions of 2027 in college basketball announced a huge multi-year series with Arizona. Arkansas will be taking on Arizona in a multi-year series.
What, did you flip the teams when you?
No. Arkansas is winning the national championship this coming year. We got Billy Goat back. The world is in trouble. The world is a vampire.
And you'll find that out soon enough.
And we are the steak. Arkansas's men's basketball team is going to face Arizona in a multi-year series beginning December 19th this year at the Mortgage Matchup Center in Phoenix as part of the Naismith Hall of Fame series. SMU will face UNLV as part of a doubleheader. They'll be the warm-up. Yeah, you guys go ahead and get out there and play and get the nets ready for us because we're going to burn them down. Hogs and cats sleeping together. The second game of the series will take place the following season at Bud Walton Arena, with the third game of the series taking place in the 28-29 season at Arizona's McHale Center. This will be the first time for Arkansas to play in Phoenix since November 29, 1997. This is a rematch of this last season's Sweet 16, in which Arizona cheated their way to a 21-point win. Arkansas will also face Michigan State on Thanksgiving in Detroit. It's the biggest thing going on in Detroit on Thanksgiving Day. Arkansas versus Michigan State. What else is there to do Detroit on Thanksgiving Day? Nothing?
Survive.
So, yeah. Arkansas already loaded up with Furman center Cooper Browser. You know you wanted him at Texas, Hester.
I don't know who that is.
Furman center Cooper Browser. How do you not know Bowser?
I know the European guy for Texas.
Georgia guard Jeremiah Wilkinson. 5 incoming freshmen, including 5 stars. Jordan Smith, Abdou Toure, Mika Muranen, J.J. Andrews, former 4-star Maper Maker. All committed for next year. You got Billy Richmond coming back. Isaiah Seeley. Paolo Amido. That's what we got. You're going to see it on display. Arkansas and Arizona, the two marquee programs in college basketball. Meeting in a 3-game series. There's also an interesting series or article today on AL.com. Hester, this drives me bonkers. Mm-hmm. We'll talk more about this later on, but some of the greatest college football players in the history of the game can never be in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Because of the prerequisites.
You got to be a first-team All-American by one organization that the NCAA uses to compile its annual consensus All-American team to be considered for the College Football Hall of Fame. And so if you play a position that's got one play on one spot on the field, like, I don't know, quarterback, center. If you're the second best quarterback in the country, according to the All-American squad, you don't get to go in the Hall of Fame even if you win the Heisman, win a national championship, go undefeated. That makes no sense. There's some names that are kind of crazy that you will never see in the College Football Hall of Fame. A lot, obviously, from the SEC, which is why this was an SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. The SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com. Located at 223 Fenn in downtown Shreveport. When we come back here in the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. The World Cup is now 9 days away from starting, Hester? 8 days away from starting? Mm-hmm. So what does Adam Hester, T-shirt winner guy, wants to know? I do too. I don't think I've asked you this. How far along you would be termed successful for the U.S. in this 2026 World Cup. So find out what Hester has to say about the World Cup when we return right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes at 3830 East Texas in Bossier City is absolutely chock full of beautiful brand new homes right now to satisfy your family's needs. Look, man, if you're looking for a fantastic home that's got all the amenities that you're looking for around 60, 70, 80 bucks a square foot, there's one place to go. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We all know that everything Donnie touches turns to sold. Check it out yourself. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And you get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Your frozen concoction station is Daiquiri Express. 7 locations. All locally owned and operated. All locally owned and operated by the Johnson family. You'll find them in Shreveport with 4 locations, 1 in Minden, 1 in Blanchard across from Walmart, and in Bossier north of Wimple Road across from Golf Cars of Louisiana on Airline Drive. What a great way to unwind this evening when you get home. Stop by Daiquiri Express, get that frozen concoction, and forget your troubles.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, Adam Hester here on this lovely day. 8:15 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas. Yeah, they've got the Stagecoach, which has the hideaway room. Have you seen this thing, the Stagecoach? It's really cool, and it does. It has like this extra room off the bedroom. It's almost like your own suite. So you can have like a little reading nook, workout place, whatever, but it's all part of your own little private Idaho. You rock lobsters?
I think Rock Lobster was the song in my head. How does Private Idaho go?
You're living in your own private Idaho.
Well, I mean, that's every B-52 song.
Like a wild potato.
You got to have the female come in to differentiate between songs.
Yeah, Fred sounds the same on every song.
Your jukebox money.
10 root. I love them. They are so stinking funny.
I just like that they were made famous in Athens, Georgia, of all places.
Yep, them and REM.
Like, who are these guys? It's like Blues Brothers with glass bottles get thrown.
So, yeah, go check it out. You have your own private Idaho. Brewer quality home.
He's a handsome fella.
Our little radio show is also brought to you by Rejuvime Medical, REJUVIME Medical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com. Located at 4801 Line Avenue, Suite 8, inside Piermont Mall. Can't go wrong, buddy. If you are suffering from low T and you're maybe not even aware of it, but you think, because you can't explain quite why your energy level is so low, go get it checked out with the trained medical professionals on site at Rejuvime Medical to go over your lab work to make sure that if there is something that needs to be done, that it's done in conjunction with what your body needs and can handle. Rejuvime Medical, 318-408-4080, 318-408-4080, located in Piermont Mall, Suite 8, right across from the Gucci Brookshires on Line Avenue, next to Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. So, Hester, World Cup 8 days away. U.S. opens with
Paraguay.
What do you think of our group? Are we the second favorite in the group? How far along does the U.S. go to where you term it a successful World Cup for the U.S. men's national team?
I'm trying to find, there was an infographic that a few people posted about the possible knockout round scenarios, but coming up short on being able to locate that. It's very convoluted compared to normal years. Normal years it's a 32-team event, and you have 8 groups. Top 2 of each group go to the knockout round, and there you go. This year it's a 48-team World Cup. And
is that better or worse?
There's no reason to go above 32, but it's like everything else we talk about in other sports and other leagues. Let's get a few more teams in. Why not?
Okay.
Money, please. And so you'll have a certain amount of third place teams get out as well. It's not all the third place teams. It's maybe half of them. I can't remember what the number is. Based off of how many points they get. It's going to get real confusing for people, especially if you don't follow it all the time on which third place teams go through. But alas,
that is going to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, you'll have websites that can break it down for you. And so it will make it easier, to kind of go to those places and figure it out. But it is going to be a little bit different. So you'll go from 48 to 32 instead of 32 to 16. So you'll have an extra round in the knockout stage.
That definitely reeks of money, please.
Oh, for sure.
100%.
And
does that add like an extra week to the World Cup?
Or
at least
I'm not 100. I really don't know. I haven't really sat down to look at it. I mean, the entire tournament is still going to be over in 6 weeks, I think. Because I think finals in mid-July sometime.
Fox is printing money.
FIFA
is printing money. Yes,
because FIFA's getting paid.
Yes,
the people who are, the ticket situation. Because there's still lots of tickets available because of FIFA doing what they did with the prices and the resellers doing what they did with the prices. But FIFA's getting paid regardless. Like there's all these things that built into whenever the cities bid on hosting, where it's like, oh, that seems like a you problem,
right?
Because we're getting ours.
Yeah.
Oh, you have the potential to make $60 million. You better go. Here you go. Like, here's a booklet. I don't know. Go figure it out. Because we're gonna get ours because our money's guaranteed. So, nice partnership we have here. But you have lots of hotels sitting empty because, again, we can charge $300, $400, $500 and above a night because all of these people are coming. No, they're not. No, you can't. And so people are scrambling. Now, do I think by the time the tournament gets going, all that'll get figured out? Yes. Because eventually resellers were like, hey, I'm going to eat all of the money here if I don't knock some money off this amount. And so I think you'll have people day of the game, night before the game, so I think that'll work itself out. But once the tournament gets going, I think people will have a better. The excitement level is something people keep talking about. There's no buzz for it.
Huh?
The bus for because Europeans, Tim, you understand?
Oh.
If you were to harness their tears, you could end all droughts.
Give me your town.
Yeah.
Tears, gypsy woman.
Like harness all European tears, get the salt out of there, and then give just Africa. You have no more drought. Congratulations.
There you go.
But all that'll take care of itself. And here's the other thing. I don't care if it doesn't, because I'm going to enjoy it.
I'm
looking
forward to it.
Deal with it and get over it. People of the world. As far as our team goes, so I wish I could find that deal that had all the possibilities, but just understand it's a lot. You finish first, you could play this number of teams. Second, this, third, it gets, it's the group itself. Paraguay, Australia, and however we're supposed to say Turkey now.
Turkey.
Which apparently it might be Turkaya.
Turkaya.
I heard some guy talking about it. He's like, I was told to say it this way, but then I got told I was saying that wrong. So I don't even know anymore. So finally Alexi Lawless goes, I'm going to just call it Turkey. I'm just going to stay with that. So Turkey is probably USA still may be the betting favorite just because they're at home.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey also might be, just depends on where you go. Turkey is, I guess, on paper, most people would think, that's the best team in the group. But this is also their first World Cup since I think 2002.
Really?
Now, granted, they have to qualify through Europe, and that's
a lot more difficult.
That's a different animal.
Right.
They were the kind of upset-minded dark horse pick for the last Euros, and that did not go well for them. They have two excellent players and a lot of other good ones. They're a little light on defense, though. And so you can, kind of put those passes in behind and make their defenders run a little bit, and that gives them some worry. That's also our situation. So that could be that's the last group game for both teams. So that could get kind of wild. It could be a shootout type of a game, and that will be in Los Angeles. What we're not allowed to call SoFi Stadium for the World Cup. It's the Los Angeles Stadium.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
FIFA not getting no money. You're not calling it that.
Okay, I got you.
So, which is hilarious because, as you can imagine, the Dallas Stadium is going over very well to the people of Arlington. But that's what it is called for the World Cup.
What was that in Fast Times? Then you don't got no ticket.
Yes. The first game is Paraguay. That's also at SoFi. Paraguay is really good defensively. They're not going to send a lot of people forward and attack. They will counterattack you, and they have some ability to do that. We played them somewhat recently. When would that have been? The end of last year, maybe. We won that game. I think that was a 2-1 win for us. It will be a very cagey type game because they're going to sit back and play defense a lot. We'll have a lot of the ball in that game. Just breaking them down and being able to score is the whole thing. Can you do that? I think we can. I think we can win that game. I mean, it's none of these games. People when the group came out were kind of, this is the easiest group that we've had compared to other World Cups, and they're not wrong about that on paper because usually we get hosed in this deal, end up having to play last World Cup we had England, Wales, and Iran, so. That was tough, but not overwhelming. Before that, in 2014, I think that was Portugal, Germany, and Ghana. That's tough. 2010, we had England as well that year. 2006, it was really bad. It was Italy, Czech Republic, and Ghana.
By the way, he's doing this without looking at it.
Yeah, Italy was the winner. Italy won it that year. So we always get a pretty tough group. On paper, in that regard, this is not that. But what this is a very competitive kind of everybody's even kind of group, which to me is just as tricky. That's just as tough. So, yes, we can go and compete with all these teams. We can beat all three of these teams. Is it likely that we'll win all three games? No. If you get 7 points, which would be 2 wins and a draw, I think you love life. I don't think you complain about that too much because then it'll come down to goal difference on who's first, second, and all that. But the group
it matters finishing first, second, or
sure
third because
that sets up the knockout stage, which this year there's an extra round, so you go to a 32, then a 16.
You might play a third place team
Sure.
out of a pool or a second place if you win your.
I wish I could find that chart. Maybe I can during the break because there was some thought that finishing second might actually be better. In this case, if this happens and that kind of thing, because of who you play in the next round. Look, if you get a favorable round of 32 match, because everything after that is going to be tough. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you finish in the group. Everything after that is tough unless there's some upsets along the way.
So it's like the SEC.
Yes, Tim. It's just like the SEC.
Trying to keep it in terms of explain it to me like Tim, I'm an SEC football
I think
fan.
people can understand good versus good team, bad team. I don't.
Okay. All right.
When
SEC, Big 12.
I'll try to find that chart because that'll maybe simplify things. Because then you can put names to possibilities, and people know enough to when I hear the word Portugal, Spain, France. Okay, that sounds bad.
Yeah.
When I hear the name, I don't know, the New Zealand. Oh, okay, that sounds okay. Like, we're not playing rugby, so that's not too bad. Yeah. I'll try to find that chart, and then I can talk about we ain't got nothing else to talk about. I can talk about our team after the break if we want to.
Sure.
But yeah, our group itself: Paraguay in Los Angeles, Australia in Seattle, and then Turkey back in Los Angeles. In that regard, from the amount of travel and the locations of the games, and it being not overwhelming opponents but a competitive group, we should be pretty pleased with that. Seattle should be a blast because we should have a overwhelming. We will have a home field advantage in all three games, which is not always the case when we play at home. Just being honest. But that game in Seattle, especially, it should be a very overwhelming U.S. crowd, and so hey, and look, we got good players, and we'll get into that after the break if we want, but. We got good players, and we got to stop pretending like we got just a bunch of dudes that came in from their factory shift and went out and played some soccer during the break,
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're kind of past that point. So I'll try to find that chart and see if that makes things a little easier for the playoff round.
So World Cup, 8 days away.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned it while we were visiting with Matt Yoder earlier. He's in Columbus, Ohio, or Dublin, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Ecuador is making Columbus their home.
Yes, I think that's a really cool thing too for some of these cities around the country.
He said it's really cool. He said, he goes, he's got his Ecuador jersey. He goes, I'm ready to roll. Let's go. Why not? That's pretty stinking cool. 8:29 the time, Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. And yes, I made such a this is I know movie quotes a dangerous amount because I'll get them wrong, as opposed to Rogers and Adam, who
as opposed to good,
as opposed to know them like the back of their hand. Yes, and this is such a social faux pas. Horrible. Sweet Lincoln's mullet, thank you so much.
What did you do? It's
Caddyshack. It's Noonan and D'Annunzio. I can't pay you, Lou has to. D'Annunzio, where is he? Noonan, he's out. I can see that he's out, numb nuts. D'Annunzio, give me a Coke, Danny Noonan. One Coke. Hey, wait a minute, that's only 50 cents. Well, yeah, you raised the price of Coke, he's been losing at the track. Well, I ain't paying no 50 cents for no Coke. Oh, well, then you ain't getting no Coke. Know what I'm talking about? And that's when he punches the screen.
And then Brian Gilmore comes back. Sure you don't need me for anything else, Lou?
How many times was the reference in 80s movies used of he's losing at the track?
He's losing at the track. Well, I ain't paying no 50 cents for no Coke. Oh, then okay, you ain't getting no Coke. And then that's punches the
bluff.
Chicken wire or whatever in front of him. And Noonan kind of does a huh. Oh, what a great show until she shows up. Freaking Maggie.
That's all I need.
Oh, Danny, I've ruined the movie. Thanks for nothing.
No, you don't.
Just make that lacy underalls running around in a swimsuit.
Yeah.
And then say, okay, then back we go to the golf course. There was no need for
all those
Maggie
actors
gets pregnant.
and all those actresses in 1980. We couldn't
find somebody
literally anybody else
less annoying than Danny, I'm pregnant. Yeah, because she was also the most annoying part of Animal House.
That's like the only two movies, though, right? Like
Right. That's
Animal
the only
House
two movies
and
she's been in,
Caddyshack.
basically Animal House and Caddyshack. And she's literally the worst part of two incredibly classic movies that would be perfect except for her sliver of action in it.
Excuse me, are you related to the Coppolas?
Isn't that one of the rumors or something?
No, that was Talia Shire.
That was Talia. That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh, we're in a lot of big movies, aren't we? Wonder why that might be.
You're not the star.
You know what's wild is we're
Can't
talking
win,
with
Rock.
John Alston yesterday as part of our Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind. He said that is one thing that you don't really you can't prepare yourself for, the nepotism in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
He goes, it is so rampant.
Sure.
He goes, he said that's the great thing about football. He said at Loyola, he goes, it was a meritocracy.
Yeah.
If you were good enough, LeBlanc was going to play you.
What, pay? Did you say pay?
what? Then you ain't getting no code. So good stuff, man. All right. Thank you there, Sweet Lincoln's Mullet, for pointing out the error of my ways. As a twice divorced guy, I don't have anyone to do that for me very much, I need someone to kind of point out my errors a little bit better. These two guys do it, but they do it with venom, and vigor. Sweet Lincoln's Mullet did that with a kind text. 8:32 the time. The Tim. Tim. On a bed of concrete. Bowman asphalt. Oh, man. Bowman asphalt and poured some concrete. Oh. Bowman Asphalt, Ryan Bowman missed a big. If you can walk on the park on a big build under the drive over it, Bowman Asphalt can take care. I do declare. I say let chicken hawk over there. Bowman Asphalt, 318-742-8100. Foghorn Leghorn, top 10 cartoon character of all time.
Outstanding.
BowmanAsphalt.biz. No job too big, no job too small. They are rock stars in the paving, grading, asphalting world. Find out. Get them to come do your job. 742-8100. We'll be back with more of the Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour right after this. When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes. We talk about Fuzzy's Taco Shop and their breakfast tacos, their breakfast burritos. They're so amazing, and they're available at 8 o'clock in the morning, but there's so much to love at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Look, man, if you're into chips and salsa, that's the place to go. You're in for a great margarita, that's the place to go. You want incredible enchiladas and nachos, that's the place to go. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas. Download the app, Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Download the app. Every morning, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. These guys are there morning, noon, and night, really, for everybody since 1973. Whenever you've had an athletic gear need, you've always been able to count on Sports World. Every single time. Helmets, cleats, starters blocks, javelins, you name the sport, they've been able to come through for you, and they continue to do so. Locally owned and operated Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, Adam, Fishbone, Hester. It's Wednesday, June 3rd, Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, the home of your Capco delightful homes, your incredible Jessup homes. By the way, Brewer Quality Homes Dealer of the Year for both of those entities. Capco, just amazing craftsmanship coming out of their Alabama plants. Just whatever it is that you like about a Capco home, and you go tour one out of Brewer Quality Homes, you go, boy, I kind of wish that the mudroom was on this end of the house right next to the kitchen. Well, you can actually Ask for alterations, and they will build to spec for you like that with Capco. And Jessup Homes, of course, made down in Donnie's Plan in Waco. High quality, get it done the right way with Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Time now for an LSU update, coming at you courtesy of Xmark Strength Equipment, xmarkfitness.com, the letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com, Xmark Strength Equipment. Go see Mike and the Baileys because guess what? The doors are open at their store/showroom/warehouse at 7144 West Park Road. Yes, sir. On3.com has an article, as does The Advocate, on some names in the portal to kind of keep an eye on. We mentioned Trey Housey, the first baseman for Louisiana Tech, that certainly a lot of folks in Tiger baseball lore are like, hey, let's check this out. Well, how about this one from The Advocate? Brody Trosclair, left-hander for Northwestern State, after a dominant freshman campaign at Northwestern State this spring, where he had a 1.89 earned run average in 38 innings, struck out 55. He was named the Southland Conference Freshman of the Year, first-team All-Southland Conference as well. There has been mutual interest since he has entered the portal between LSU and Trosclair, a Thibodeau native. Trosclair told The Advocate he would visit LSU unofficially yesterday, with an official visit coming later. He pitched only once after April 1st due to Tommy John surgery, but Trosclair told The Advocate he plans to begin throwing in October and will be ready to pitch before the start of next season. They've already lost one left-handed pitcher to the portal in DJ Primo, and could also lose another in the draft in Santiago Garcia. So adding Trosclair will go a long way in bolstering that part of the roster. Once again, that's from The Advocate with their 5 names to watch in the portal to make their way to the LSU baseball roster. So Louisiana Tech first baseman mentioned in On3.com's article on who to keep an eye on for LSU, and The Advocate brings up a former Northwestern State Demon, which that's par for the course. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment, xmarkfitness.com, the letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com. Before we get back to your World Cup stuff, Hester, I got to tell you this. Sarah Holcomb is the actress who played Maggie, as well as Clarette, the daughter of Mayor Carmine in Animal House. She made 2 other movies between Animal House and Caddyshack. Walk Proud.
I need to know what that's about.
Well, Hester, it's a young Chicano gang member in L.A. comes to realize that the gang life is not what he really wants, but doesn't know how to get out.
So okay, wait. Is she really Irish, or was she like putting on for some? Okay, so she was putting on. Okay, why was she using that accent in Caddyshack then?
I don't know, because her name was Maggie O'Hooligan.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Right. If you're an O'Hooligan, you had to talk like this. Oh, Danny, I'm pregnant. Oh, bless me, God. After she was part of the Latino gang movie, she was in Happy Birthday, Gemini.
Okay.
A poor Harvard student's romance with a girl hits a rough spot when he realizes on his 21st birthday that he's actually in love with her brother, based on the 1970s off-Broadway smash, Happy Birthday, Gemini. Madeline Kahn and Rita Moreno were also in this, along with Robert Vajaro.
Oh.
And then she was in Caddyshack.
Sounds great.
Did you know?
No.
According to director Reverge Anselmano, Dory Lawrence of the film Stateside was based on a real actress in the 1970s who did 4 movies, 2 of them big hits, before disappearing from the industry.
Okay.
On the DVD commentary, he reveals that the actress's brother actually plays the character of Silvio in the movie. That actor is David Holcomb, which lead many to believe that the actress in question as the subject matter of the movie is Sarah Holcomb of Animal House and Caddyshack, because someone listed as SH is thanked in the end credits. Back to World Cup.
Yeah.
U.S. team, what do we like about these guys? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses?
So if you just go down the list here, so normally, historically, very strong at goalkeeper, which is not really the case anymore. Like, we have okay guys. But we don't have there's no Tim Howard, there's no Brad Friedel, there's no Casey Keller. None of those guys are hanging around anymore. We have Matt Turner, who did play in the last World Cup, who has bounced around a couple places in Europe and has since returned home to MLS, plays for New England Revolution. Has had a fine start to the season for them. They're playing fairly well, but he has had some nervy moments in big games, and so good, decent, can stop a penalty if he needs to, but not what we're used to. Let's say. The other goalkeeper, the third goalkeeper, is not going to play if he's in the game where something has gone horribly wrong. That would be Chris Brady. Bless him. He just had his first appearance for the U.S. In the game we watched last weekend. Played the second half. He's there to for experience and just to be part of the ride. Matt Freese is the other goalkeeper, also in MLS, plays for New York City. It'll be one of those two guys, either he or Turner. We don't know yet which one that we think it's going to be, unfortunately, which is weird. Usually you know who your goalkeeper is before you go into a World Cup, but they're kind of even. Freese did not play in that game that we saw last weekend, but he is expected to start this game on Saturday against Germany. So it'll be one of those two guys. They're both in MLS. They're fine, but they're not great. If you ask them to do too much, like with their feet, like passing the ball around and things like that, which a lot of teams like to do these days, you can maybe get in a bind that way. So wish that situation was a little safer, because like that can keep you in a game, much like we talk about with hockey all the time. We've got good players though, guys. We've got guys that are playing all over Europe. We've got a guy named Serginho Dest, who will be one of these outside wingback type guys. This formation we're going to play, basically you take your outside backs, which are typically defensive players, left and right back. And you got a left and right wing, which are higher up, which are going to do some of the attacking. Well, basically those roles are combined.
Okay.
So you have a right and a left wing back. So you defend in a certain formation and you attack in a different formation. That's not straightforward like it kind of was back in the day.
Okay.
So Serginho Dest is one of those guys. He does not really like to defend, but he is a wing back, so he sometimes has to. But a very exciting player attacking. He scored the first goal against Senegal, the one that Pulisic put through to him. So he will make runs from all over the field. He's an exciting player. He has been injured, so not a lot of people maybe have seen him if you just started watching. Chris Richards is a center back from Birmingham, Alabama. This is why I love this stuff. Birmingham, Alabama finds his way to Crystal Palace in England and becomes one of their most important players. They won a trophy this year. And he was injured. He's the big injury. There's always a big injury thing where it's, oh, man, I hope this guy's healthy. What are we going to do if he's not? Well, he is not healthy. He missed Crystal Palace's last game, which was that tournament final. He is a center back, like a true defender. We cannot do without him. He is the most irreplaceable guy on our team. And so don't know if they'll try to run him out against Germany this weekend. They may just say, nah, forget about it. We're going to wait until the opener and not test anything. But he has not played in a few weeks. And so that's the not annual because it's every 4 years, whatever word for that is. There's always an injury worry, and he is our injury worry this time. But Chris Richards, if he is healthy and able to play, I think he'll become a fan favorite pretty quickly.
Okay.
Tyler Adams. Tyler Adams is your boy. He plays for Bournemouth. He has come back from his injury concerns that he had last year. He played a lot down the stretch for Bournemouth. They had a great season in England, for like a small club that did really well, almost made the Champions League. And he is our guy in midfield. He wears number 4. He will always, wherever the ball is, he will be around it somewhere. That's an attacking or defending. But fans will like him because he covers the entire field. So that'll be one that people should pay attention to. The guy that's on the back of my jersey this time is Anthony Jedi Robinson. I don't know why he calls himself Jedi other than he likes Star Wars, but now commentators just call him Jedi.
Well, see, it works.
He is over in England as well. He plays for Fulham in the Premier League. He'll be that left wing back like I was talking about, where he gets up and down the field. He'll have the ball a lot. He'll make some exciting things happen. He will give the ball away. And so you hope your guys are in position to kind of help him out there. He gave away the ball, I want to say, on the first Senegal goal. So that's the stuff you got to get fixed. But he's an exciting player. People will like him. Weston McKinney is another one that people will really enjoy because he's another guy, plays in midfield. He'll be next to Tyler Adams. He plays for a massive worldwide club, Juventus, which is in Italy. And
he's been around a while, right?
He has, but he's still young because he's one of those guys.
Is he one of those 17-year-olds that popped into the scene, 18-year-olds?
Yeah, he is. It's got his actual birth date here. He is now 28, or he'll be 28 going in the next season. He started playing really young because that was kind of all right, we didn't qualify for the World Cup in 18, get all those guys out of here, get the new guys in kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But he is from Little Elm, Texas, and he is an FC Dallas guy from years ago. He's a Lone Star State kid, and he is every blade of grass. Again, he'll run all over the field. He'll do not only just his sort of attitude, but also the fact that he's played professionally in Italy. He loves a bit of the dark arts, a little elbow to the ribs, a little kick to the ankle, a little, hey, what do you mean me? I didn't do anything.
The Hampton method.
Yeah, there's a word for that I can't say on the air. It's one of my favorite words in the English language, but he is all about that. So he is a bit of a poker. He pokes the bear often, but people will really gravitate to him, I think. Pulisic. We have to talk about him. He's the same age as McKinney, so he'll be now 28 after the World Cup.
28 now.
Yep. He is a guy who is 84 appearances for the U.S. all time already. He's another one of those kids. They threw him in there after the not making it in 28. Actually, he was on the field the night that we lost and did not qualify. So he's even been in before that. People really will have a hard time fathoming the amount of pressure on this kid who's now 28 or will be 28. He is the one who is supposed to be the guy that we've been waiting on, right? There's always we're waiting on somebody to pull us out of the dreck, and make us a soccer nation. And he's really an introverted guy. Like, he plays for a massive worldwide club as well. He plays for AC Milan in Italy. Introverted guy, though, that's like, hey, man, I just want to come out and play soccer. I'm not that guy to do all the commercials, even though you're going to make me do the commercials, And so there's a lot of pressure on him because he's just not that guy that wants attention, but he has no choice. He has to be that guy at this point. He's not very, I don't remember exactly how many goals, but he's not far off being our all-time leading goal scorer. He'll pass that eventually. He will have a lot of focus and eyeballs on him. So even people who aren't maybe as familiar with the team will know who he is, Christian Pulisic. Mm-hmm. We have two guys. I know we got to go to break, Raj. I'll try to sum it up. But we got a couple of guys who are exciting players that we just frankly aren't used to having. One of them being Ricardo Pepi, another Texas guy from El Paso. Not exactly. El Paso is where he was born. Ricardo is his first name. He probably speaks a foreign language, just maybe not that one. We actually met his family after one of the games in Austin. Very lovely people. He plays over in the Netherlands for PSV. He has really come on for them, even though he doesn't start a lot of games for them because they only play one striker at a time. The reason he is kind of one to keep an eye on is because Pulisic and he play very well together. Like, they complement one another very well. So while he might not be the most talented striker that we have, because he links up with Pulisic so well, he's going to have his opportunities. The most talented striker we have is a guy named Florian Balogun. He scored the winning goal against Senegal at the game we watched.
Okay.
He was born in Brooklyn, grew up in London.
Hey,
and
get out of here.
Grew up in London, does not sound anything like that. But plays his club ball in France. He's bounced around between a few teams over there. But talent-wise, we haven't had many guys like him. And so that's exciting that we have guys like that can, make runs and get in behind defenders and score goals. Because we haven't always had those guys, and we rely on, corner kicks and physical play, and we don't really have to do that as much anymore. The one more guy we'll talk about, Rogers, before we go to break, because I think it's really cool. Number 16, Alex Freeman. He's going to play a ton in this World Cup. He's a young kid, born in 2004, so just 22. He'll not even 22 yet. He's still 21. He made a move to Spain last year to play for Villarreal. Villarreal is a kind of mid-level-ish historically team, but has played their way back up to where they were a few years ago, and they will be in the Champions League next year. Alex Freeman is Antonio Freeman's son.
Oh.
So the Green Bay Packers receiver from the Brett Favre days. Alex Freeman is his boy. I think Alex is going to be the breakout guy for – if you keep up with the team and have an idea of the names, he's the one that I think will be like, oh, man, he played really well in this World Cup. So going forward, he's one of those guys you can sort of, depend on to carry us through future tournament cycles. But it's an exciting team because these guys a lot of them play overseas. They play for good teams. The guys that are in MLS are also dependable players. There's a couple of guys that made the roster that were surprises. I get that. But it's time to put all that aside and support the guys that Pochettino picked for the team and support the boys as we get ready to do this on home soil again, by the way, for the first time in 32 years.
Bing, bang, boom. Who better than ESPN soccer commentator Adam Hester to get you prepared for the World Cup? We'll be back with more of the Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes right after this. That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I'm cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Looking for authentic Greek flavor and a great deal? Seize the deal with Gyro. For a limited time, get a $50 Gyro QR code for only $25. That's half off. Enjoy delicious gyros, fresh salads, flavorful wraps, and Mediterranean favorites made with authentic ingredients and bold flavors. Whether you're grabbing a quick lunch, dinner with friends, or catering your next gathering, Gyro delivers a taste of Greece you'll love. Quantities are limited, so don't wait. Visit Seize the Deal today and get $50 to Gyro for just $25.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. We call him Little Woozy. Little Woozy. Yes, indeed. We also got Hester here. Draco does not have Facebook or X, by the way, as far as wanting to be able to keep up with your stuff. Adam.
Yeah, that's okay.
And he, Draco is obviously my biggest backer in this endeavor.
Sure.
Fletch, you should do voiceovers for a living. You are so good at any accent. Best I have ever heard. I know that Draco does not mean this, but it's still so much fun that he participates in the bit.
Well, see, you would be a good voiceover person, just not a voice actor. Because you've done, obviously, you do all kinds of voiceover stuff, and it's a nice commercial voice. It's good.
Well, look at you.
Trying to do, you're not exactly going to get you at GeekCon for all your cartoon voices you do. Maybe we don't go that far.
Right.
I want to talk to Greg one time and just be like, Greg, just make up something and tell people I did it. And see if anybody catches on. Like, give me a stall at GeekCon. Put the banner behind me. Just put a couple of random cartoons pictures up there. Just see if anybody even knows.
And make it somewhat animated.
Yeah, like
and wear your hair spiky, and
you
then
can figure it out. And I'm so sorry, I can't do the voice for you. I've got, Yeah, exactly. I think we could dupe people and figure that out. I think, and I'm not giving it away on the air because those people are not listening to this station right now.
No, they're not. Well, last time out here for our friends at Lafayette, Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour continues right after this quick timeout, though. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does
Okay.
because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
Who uses workout equipment? Everybody? Yeah. How about Shreveport and Greenwood's fire department? Guess where their fitness equipment comes from? Exmark Strength Equipment. What about Parkway High School? Where does their strength equipment come from? Exmark, right here in Shreveport. 7144 West Park Road, right here in Shreveport for 25 years. Exmark Strength Equipment.
I'm Mariah Butcher, nurse practitioner with Rejuvenate Medical. If you feel like your progress has stalled, peptide therapy at Rejuvenate Medical helps you go further. Better recovery, metabolism, and energy built around your plan. Find us at rejuvenemedical.com.
Before the heat shows up, your AC should be ready because the last thing you want is to find out it's not working when you need it the most. Bobby L. Green has taken care of local families for generations, and now we handle heating and cooling too. This month at Bobby L. Green, AC tune-ups are just $89. You heard that right? A tune-up for only $89. Simple, affordable, done right. One call, one trusted team, Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Schedule today at greenplumbing.com. Call 318-545-6535.
Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Bateman Lawyer Spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hello and welcome back, guys. 8:58 the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, and Adam Hester. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. Oh, you're going to get a good deal. You just have to stop by 3830 East Texas and enjoy the 20 acres of homes they choose from, or to choose from. Draco said, I mean that with all my heart. Well, thank you, Draco.
Another shout out for Draco for those Alabama softball uniforms.
Yeah.
They wore them again in one of those, maybe one of the Texas Tech games with the old logo. It's just
fantastic. You see Jacksonville State when they were playing Little Rock, they had the old Jacksonville State Gamecock, the cartoon chicken on the front of their caps.
I love that.
I do too. It was fantastic. Lafayette, have a wonderful day, and a reminder for our friends down there in the beautiful town of Lafayette, Louisiana, and surrounding area. Hooking up, tracking down, coming your way from 11 until 1. If you are an outdoors woman or man, if you want to talk hunting and fishing, they are the best to do it. McCoy, Graff, and Eccles from 11 until 1. And also hang out and listen to our shows in the afternoon as well. Got Jacob and Matt that we replay, and then Off Center with Colvin from 4 to 5, and Sports Talk with JJ and Bonsai Ben from 5 to 6. All fun shows.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Oh, yeah, Rogers. That hits the spot right there, buddy. We are in our happy hour. Oh, my. The fourth and final hour of the show, and we jump-started with your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo wants to help you chart your path to get your ducks in a row, to help you get to the goals that are going to make your life so much more enjoyable, knowing that there's a plan, knowing that there's a payoff at the end. Wow. How exciting is that? Take control. Give Bo a call. Set up a meeting. Become a client/friend, friend/client with Bo Harris Wealth Management, 318-670-3101. The SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. We mentioned it last hour, the College Football Hall of Fame, the ballot for the class of 2027. There are 14 players represented on the SEC, or from the SEC on the ballot. So, This year on the ballot, 14 players, including Alabama offensive lineman Barrett Jones, Auburn quarterback Cam Newton. Okay. You also have Auburn guard Ed King, Alabama linebacker D'Amico Ryans, Florida defensive lineman Alex Brown, Florida defensive end Kevin Carter, Kentucky wide receiver Randall Cobb, LSU's Alan Faneca, Tennessee wide receiver Willie Galt, Tennessee safety Deion Grant, Florida wide receiver Percy Harvin, Ole Miss offensive tackle Michael Orr, LSU cornerback Patrick Peterson, and Georgia defensive lineman Richard Seymour. Peterson and Jones are new to the ballot this year. Now, that's cool. But these are some of the guys that can never be in the Hall of Fame because they were never a first-team All-American by any of the recognized organizations that put together All-American squads. Nick Chubb, never going to be a college football Hall of Famer. Jalen Hurts, Jason Campbell, Jay Cutler, Eli Manning. What? Julio Jones can never be a college football Hall of Famer. Buh. There was one SEC player during Julio Jones' time that was ever a first-team All-American during those 3 years, and it was Alshon Jeffrey.
Yeah. It's a good player, Alshon Jeffrey. Very good player.
Sure.
Like, what are we talking about here?
Eli Manning won the Maxwell Award for the top college football player of the year in 2003. But he was not an All-American because Jason White was. White was never drafted, never played in the NFL. That's dumb. Shane Matthews. Not ever eligible. I mean, it's just silly. If you're good enough to be considered one of the best of your time, then you should be in the Hall of Fame. There are 5 SEC Player of the Year award winners who are not in the College Football Hall of Fame, even though they have required All-American credentials. So why aren't these guys in? Sean Alexander.
That's stupid. He's not in. He can't be in, or can?
He can,
he's just not.
But he's not.
Okay.
Wendell Davis. Mississippi and Buddy Elrod, before my time. Yeah. Sexy Rexy Grossman, the sex cannon. And I don't know who Travis Tidwell is.
What school?
Auburn.
Or Eagle Mike can help us. Sean Alexander is no good.
Yeah.
That's, what are we talking about? I mean, he was carrying some of those Alabama teams, right?
Yes.
They weren't, that was not a great run for Alabama.
No, it was not.
That was we brought it up not long ago, the night in Death Valley that Sean Alexander had. 300 yards rushing or something, or close to it, you know? That's...
Yeah.
I'm good without this in my life.
Joe Namath can never be in the College Football Hall of Fame. No, you know why? Because these are the All-Americans during Namath's time at Alabama that are in the Hall of Fame. John Huarte of Notre Dame. California's Craig Morton, of course, Broncos and Cowboys and stuff. Tulsa's Jerry Rome. The other All-Americans, they were All-Americans during Namath's time, as was Virginia Tech's Bob Schweikert, Michigan's Bob Timberlake, Bob. In Oregon's, I kid you not, Bob Berry. You know what we don't get a lot of anymore? Quarterbacks named Bob.
We need more Bobs.
Need more Bobs. We had 3 All-American Bob quarterbacks.
You see some of these names I have to deal with. We need Stan and Bob. We need them back in the fold.
Y.A. Tittle cannot be in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Enough. They did fix it to where Mike Leach is eligible,
right?
Right.
Okay. And I think that also means that Les can get in, right?
I think so. I think there was,
whatever rule was that allowed Leach to get in, I think opened it to where Les could get in. Y.A. Tittle, not in the College Football Hall of Fame. Now, granted, He did play 17 years in the NFL. He is a Pro Football Hall of Famer. He was a Pro Bowler 7 times, All-Pro 3 times, MVP of the NFL in 1963. But there were 3 other quarterbacks who were All-American during his time as a 2 All-SEC selection.
Yeah.
Charlie Connolly of Ole Miss,
That's the rough part.
Texas's Bobby Lane, and Notre Dame's Johnny Lujack. Those are 3 pretty good quarterbacks from back in their day. But Y.A. Tittle never going to be in the Hall of Fame.
You know what this is kind of like? They had to like for baseball and softball for high schools. They had to change the voting for all district, all state, because everybody's best players are shortstop.
Correct.
So you're going to have really good players that don't make the list. So they changed it to like infield, outfield,
That makes
to where
sense.
we get the top 4
Probably
infielders.
shortstops.
Now, they might all be shortstops, yeah. But especially in softball, hey, the best players playing shortstop. So we're going to have really good players that don't get represented on this deal.
That's a very good idea, though.
And so a lot of the coaches have moved to that system. So
Maybe we ought to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe you ought to do that. Eli Manning and Y.A. Tittle not going to be in the College Football Hall of Fame. Okay. The SEC update is a paid advertisement brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management, the former Captain Shreve Gator, LSU Tiger, Cincinnati Bengal legend. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com. 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Hester, did you see the LHSAA news?
About
the South Louisiana's long national nightmare is over.
the bids for
They don't have to come up to Bossier for wrestling for the next 4 years.
we don't like to do anything that's different.
We don't like being a big fish in a smaller pond with a really nice facility.
That's done really well.
That's done really well.
Right, yep.
We want it back here with us.
We don't like to make drives.
We're going to be back. Where is it going to be? And
It's at the convention center.
the Morial.
It's
a great place. Sure, I get
facility,
it.
Yeah.
And the boys' state tournament is moving from Lake Charles to Lafayette.
Yes, for basketball.
And then, boys basketball. And there was something, powerlifting is making the move from South to Monroe.
So that's their, give them the crumbs.
So we get powerlifting.
Yep.
And that's it, right?
Tennis is also in Monroe.
Shreveport has nothing. Shreveport
yeah,
Bossier has
we got
nothing.
nothing up here. Now, I don't know what the bid was.
I don't either.
So you have to point that out because we might not have bid, or we
Right.
might have not, bid enough, I guess.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
So there you go. South Louisiana gets their way again with the LHSAA.
Great.
Maybe the UIL would want to have their wrestling over here.
Cross country is in Natchitoches.
There we go.
So there's
our crumbs.
Here, throw them a bone. Here you go.
We don't have to go the full extra hour up to Shreveport. We can go eat that French market and go to Lazy Homes. Get everything you need. So there we go. So there's your little. Did you guys see my man Joe Adele, who, thank goodness I did not throw away all of my Joe Adele baseball cards, because rumor has it that he pulled a complete Jose Canseco last night. I was watching the game, and yes, it's identical to Jose Canseco. Almost the exact same part of the field, except obviously Jose's was at the old Arlington ballpark, and Adele's was
2 stadiums ago.
Yeah. And if you remember, at the beginning of the season, Joe Adele had maybe the greatest defensive performance in Major League Baseball history with not 1, not 2, but 3 home run robberies in the same. Good gosh, Raj. Oh, boy.
How could I forget?
Oh, yeah, that was that robbed Cal Raleigh of his first home run, right? So you got that going for you, but then last night he turns in that, and after it bonks off his head and goes over the wall, Oh, they are? He kind of rubs his head like, ouch, and then looks in his glove like, is it really not there? Where did it go?
And they're showing Jose. Good call, man. They're showing Jose.
I like that the steward is out there in the stands. You know, just in case anybody needs help with where their seats are. There's no one in the seats.
Right, and he's not watching either.
Not watching what's going on, but he's out there to make sure that, you know, peace is kept and there's nobody to upset the peace in either of the sections there in the shot.
Now, is it my imagination or is this right? Didn't Canseco's go down as a 4-base error, not a home run?
That is a level of nerd I'm not familiar with.
But I think last night, the cat that hit it off of
actually,
I think that was considered a home run and not a – yeah, it was called a home run. I think, well, Canseco's was called a home run, but I think in the scorebook that it might have gone down as a 4-base error. Whoopsie. Should I have caught that?
Was that bad?
Was that bad? Draco is upset about Joe Namath.
See, I don't have a clue how good he was in college.
We got potholes and crime.
Yeah.
Oh, it's what Shreveport has as far as what we have to offer to the people down.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, like with Namath, I don't get it. You know, like I don't know how good he was at Alabama. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
How good were they, relatively speaking, in 64, 67 with the stats that you look at?
Running
go,
the ball,
oh,
I really don't know.
He threw for 1,200 yards.
Like,
you look at Burt Jones' stats at LSU, you're like, this guy was drafted in the NFL, and you realize, oh well.
Because don't we overrate his NFL career, right?
We do.
Isn't that always the thing people bring up?
If I think Joe Namath might have been below a 55% career passer in the NFL.
It's a different game.
It's a different vibe. Yeah. Back then, the defensive lineman could kill you. What? Worse than that?
The college stats are not great, Tim. Oh, boy. Again, different era. And only 10-game seasons and all that. Sure. He did win the national championship in 64. Don't know if that was the one they actually won or went back and claimed years later. His sophomore year, because they didn't play his freshman, right? So
right.
His sophomore year was his, I guess you would say, best year, where he was 76 of 146.
76 of 146?
52.1 completion percentage.
Okay.
For 1,192 yards.
Woo.
13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Didn't Gifford Nielsen throw for that in one game?
His rushing stats did not pick up the slack.
No. He was not a runner.
70 carries, 229 yards, and 4 touchdowns. So 3.3 per carry.
Cloud of dust.
He then went on to have a 63 for 128 season the next year, 49% completion percentage.
I was going to say, that's below 50.
765 passing yards. 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
You can see why the NFL had to have it, or the AFL had to have him.
His national title campaign, where he led the Tide, meaning he took the snap and handed it to a really good running back.
Right.
64 of 100.
That's 64%.
Yes, it is. 750.
100 passes in 10 games.
He went from his attempts went from 146 to 128 to an even 100.
Wow.
Hey,
less than 10 a game.
Why don't you tell him to start handing the ball off and stop trying to make decisions out there? 5 touchdowns, 4 picks his last year. 756 passing yards.
Wow.
Only ran for 133 that year. His attempts also rushing went from 70 to 76 to 44.
And you're proud of that, Draco? Good gosh. He
So-
wouldn't be in the County Hall of Fame.
We love Joe Namath from the whole character.
My cousin
side.
Deborah loved Joe Namath.
Really? Well,
oh, yeah.
It doesn't sound like your family likes anyone.
She loved him.
Oh, she liked. Okay,
She liked
Okay, I thought
him.
you
Yeah.
said she did.
No, she had posters all over her
I
walls.
got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Might have been a few. Maybe the same reason that dudes liked Anna Kournikova, who wasn't the greatest tennis player.
No, she was not. She was good at a lot of things.
Maybe something similar here.
She was good at looking.
I think we all love like the Maverick personality and the fur
Fur
coat
coat,
and all that stuff,
yeah.
right?
The brashness, guarantee, all that.
And again, and you do have to say it's a much different era, even
Yeah,
NFL wise, different era.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all that stuff.
What were his stats?
His NFL stats?
Yeah, what was his career completion percentage as a Jet or as an NFL quarterback?
Where did he end? His Chargers or Rams?
Chargers
or
and Rams.
Yeah, I think it was.
And
Rams.
was that it? Was there anybody else?
I feel like it was just those two. Let's see. I love every day when Pro Football Reference asks me if I'm a human or not.
Right.
All right. 2 teams, Jets and Rams, right?
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. All right. He did now. Hey, he led the league in passing yards 3 times.
Okay. With how many yards?
And one of them was a 4,000-yard season.
He's the devil.
I don't think I would have known that, to be honest.
That just ain't even football, throwing the ball around like that.
I am stunned by that, though. I did not think that ever happened.
I didn't either.
All right, so let's read these things.
Look at you rethinking your stance on Joe Namath here. That's growth.
See, I'm being magnanimous. I do love that the 3 years that he led the league, by the way.
Yeah.
66, 67, and then we skip all the way to 72. But 66, he led the league with 3,379.
That's a good amount.
Yeah. 67, 4,007 yards.
Whoop, whoop.
When he led it the third time, 28-16.
Well, there you go.
Joe's the only one throwing the ball in this whole league. Tell him that
we're getting too many girls that want to watch it.
Right.
We need the fellas to watch it.
I also love that he did not get MVP votes during the 4,000-yard season, but did during the 2,800-yard season.
Of course.
Yeah,
That's more of a football player.
Sure it is. His career completion percentage, again, played from 65 to 77.
Okay, here we go.
So, 50.1. That's
50.1.
Back then, not as valued. The first 2 years where he led the league in passing yards, he also led in completions and attempts, as you can imagine. Did not lead either year in touchdowns, but did lead both years by a large margin in interceptions.
Hey, a man after my own heart.
He had 5 seasons in which he led the NFL in interceptions. A lot of picks.
Well, that's, if you're good at something, you keep doing it.
Only 1 year where he led in touchdown passes. The same year, the 28-16 year, yardage-wise, where he threw for 19 touchdown passes and led football.
What if I told you that there was a guy who's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and I think in the College Football Hall of Fame, that never led the league in yards passing, that had a 51% career completion percentage, that led the league in interceptions his rookie year with 24, threw over 20 interceptions 5 times in a 14-year career, and again had a 51.9% completion percentage.
What era?
And it was same era,
Okay.
70 to 83.
Okay.
All one team, and the most yards passing he ever had. He had back-to-back years over 3,000 yards in 79 and 80 with 37-24 and 33-39. Everything else under 3,000.
It's not Fouts.
Not Fouts.
He wouldn't have played that early.
He is a former Player of the Year. NFL MVP.
Household name, right? Like
household name.
Not Johnny Unitas.
Not Johnny Unitas.
He didn't play to 83, right? So.
He is a 2-time Super Bowl MVP. Second team all 1970s.
Did he perhaps throw the javelin?
He did perhaps throw the javelin.
Was he perhaps friends with Burt Reynolds?
He was friends with Burt Reynolds. He is a country singer. He is a broadcaster now. He is a former Woodlawn Knight and Louisiana Tech Bulldog.
I think I need more hints.
Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah.
It's a different time, buddy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
51.9% passing
yardage and all, and touchdown, interception, and all that. What do you got for him?
212 touchdowns.
Okay.
210 interceptions.
Better than Namath. Namath was 173 touchdowns, 220 interceptions.
So his is 1-to-1.
Yeah.
Namath is like 1 to 1.2.
Yeah. Yardage-wise, Namath was just under 28.
What was Namath's 17-game average? Because now they've upped it to 17 game on Pro Football.
His 17-game average, record-wise, 8-8-1. Completion
12-5 for Bradshaw.
Yeah. Completion percentage 50.1 again.
51.9, right. Yardage
3,359.
28-32 for Bradshaw.
Touchdown interception 21-27.
21-21.
Wow. Drop back and sling it.
So there you go. And you know what's interesting is one of these big college football analyst guys that does mock drafts and all that good stuff posted something the other day about interceptions. It might have been talking about Arch. And then it kind of involved a discussion of Shuck and Dart and those kind of guys. Mendoza said, look, you're going to start seeing this. You're going to start seeing NFL teams get a little bit more okay with their quarterback throwing picks. It's now being looked at more of as let's take our shots, the old Sean Payton method, that let Drew have 5 shots into the end zone. Let's take some deep shots. Let's try to flip the script, And if we don't, then so what? We've got an arm punt of 50 yards. Right. Let's do this. Let's try to be more aggressive. And so it is now considered more of a byproduct of being a more aggressive down the field thrower, which kind of buys into and ties into what we talked with Yoder about, Raj, is the running back, the power game kind of being back in vogue. And how wild is it, Hester, that we could be looking at like 1974, not numbers, because the completion percentage is always going to be better, and the touchdown interception ratio is going to be better. But you're going to start seeing probably a little bit more aggressive throws down the middle, aggressive throws down the deep sidelines, so that you can loosen it up because you're going to run the ball more than ever before.
I think that's why.
Right. But that's why what?
Oh, God help me. Our boy that the Seahawks got from the Saints. Shaheed.
Yeah. Yes. Rashad Shaheed.
That's why
they got him.
You come on back, Kenneth. You go on and figure it out somewhere else.
Right.
Yep.
I agree.
I like the 50-yard arm punt. I like that.
Yeah.
50-yard arm punt. I like
and that's why, you talk about power running game. Why did the Seahawks go and draft that running back from Notre Dame? Well,
wait a minute.
And why did they go and sign Emmanuel Wilson, who's a big power back from the Packers, who's
wait a
kind
minute.
of unrealized potential guy?
Right.
Is it? Wait a minute. Darnold kills people on play action.
Yeah. Yes.
He's now got
that they didn't use enough in his last go round. Yeah.
Correct.
You need 2 backs.
You
got
got
David Montgomery.
You're
you still got some tread left on those tires too.
You have an offensive line now who is more than functional. You have 2 guys that are really going to pound the football. You've got Jackson Smith and Jigba that can do a little bit of everything. Cooper Kupp that can do a little bit of everything, just not at the same speed anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And your tight end is now very much involved in your offense. And you've got Shaheed as well as Horton coming back from injury that can burn people deep. It's a league of copycats.
It is. And I think that's another reason why we can probably, and it's probably going to jinx it, but I think that's why you'll see Alvin still remain with the Saints.
Oh,
absolutely. 9:24 the time. Cleanup hour was what? Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Power hour, Brewer Quality Homes. Early riser, brought to you by Sports World. We're still looking for a happy hour sponsor. You want to get happy? Go to Walk-On.
What do you do? Not spend the money? Come on.
Exactly. Walk-On's Sports Bistro. Today is a Wednesday, so there may be a couple of afternoon games. Yeah. Got some lunchtime affairs here. Marlins and Nationals. By the way, Dylan Cruz back in the lineup. Had a hit last night, hitting about 223 now, former LSU Tiger. The Detroit Tigers and Tampa Bay Rays get together. That's a noon start as well. White Sox and Twins. Member of the Fighting 26ers fantasy baseball team, Taj Bradley, going for the Twins today against the White Sox. That's a 12:40 start. Here a little later in the afternoon, your Mets Mariners, George Kirby, Freddie Peralta matching up. Pods and Phillies get going tonight. So if you want to watch some baseball, you got the NBA Finals tonight, multiple Major League Baseball games, and the Women's College World Series Game 1. How can you watch all of these at one time? Oh, I know. Walk-Ons, the #1 sports bar in America. Walk On Sports Bistro, their turkey melt is incredible, and I hear something maybe coming down the pike with that turkey sandwich.
Okay.
That I am very excited about because I love their burgers. I know that, and I love their buffalo chicken. But what they do with the turkey melt is just no one else does it like they do, and it's so stinking good. It's even going to get better very, very soon. Walk-Ons, the games taste better. Airline Drive in Bossier, north of 220, and in Shreveport on Erie, south of East 70th. We'll be back with more of the Happy Hour right after this.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Before the engine starts, before the tires roll, before you head anywhere in Louisiana, there's one move that matters first. Buckle your seatbelt. It takes a second, but it can change everything. On short drives, long drives, back roads, and busy highways, your best protection rides with you. Click it. Every seat, every time. Responsibility travels with you. One road. Brought to you by Louisiana Highway Safety Commission.
You smell that? Spring. Hibernation's over. It's time to run it. Run it until the grass becomes long and the hedges duck and cover. Then, run it again. Still, get up to $50 off select AK battery tool sets. Offer valid for limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Daiquiri Express gets you through your summertime work week with happy hour every day from 4 to 7. You can choose gallons, half gallons, and even Jell-O shots to help you get to the weekend. Your Cool Down HQ is open 7 days a week with multiple locations, plus over 150 choices. Daiquiri Express, the original daiquiri in the SBC, imitated but never duplicated, and on point for your summer drink stop, whether it's the workday or weekend. Make Daiquiri Express one of your stops today.
AM radio is local, reliable, and in emergencies, it is a lifeline. That's why Republicans and Democrats in Congress are backing the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in new cars. Louisianans are represented by powerful members of Congress, Speaker Mike Johnson and Leader Steve Scalise. They have the power to bring this bill up for a vote. Text AM to 39179 and tell House leadership we need AM radio in every vehicle now.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Mariah Butcher, nurse practitioner with Rejuve Me Medical. If you've been putting in the work, you've been making your health a priority, but you feel like your progress has stalled, peptide therapy is what comes next. At Rejuve Me Medical, we offer targeted support for metabolism, recovery, and body composition built around your labs and your life. You didn't come this far to stop here. Find us at rejuvememedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Whether you're looking for that hotshot prospect in Bowman Chrome, or maybe that established star with any of the Panini products coming out for the NFL, or maybe Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, and those Upper Deck Goodwin Champions cards that are out there, Sports Cards of Louisiana has something for everybody, plus Pokemon and Magic the Gathering. 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178 on the north side of Brookshire. It's Sports Cards of Louisiana, 318-671-4991.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Roger Hampton and Adam Hester here. It's a Wednesday, downhill slide of the weekend. You know what that means as well, that hooking up, track and down's coming your way. And oh gosh, what was the name again? What was the name again, Gary? Villis Dowden. Villis Dowden is going to be their special guest, who is the son of Bo. Yeah. Bo's boy, Villis. Son of Bo. Villis Dowden is going to join them. And what they're talking about with Villis is they are reseeding the grass at Toledo Bend, because when they had the high waters at Toledo Bend a couple of years ago, it ripped a lot of the grass out of there, and so the fish have not had a good place to hide, which leads to a less healthy fish population. And so they're repopulating the grass seeds in the grass at Toledo Bend, and it's going to help the fishing. And they're going to talk to Villis Dowden. That's Bo's boy, right? Today on Hooking Up, Tracking Down with McCoy, Eccles, and Graham.
It's a heck of a lead-in.
That is. See, if I talk to McCoy long enough, it almost sounds like I know what I'm talking about. But we know that's not the case. People know better. People understand that that's not the case. They're like, please tell me McCoy just wrote that down for him, because I don't trust a word he says about fishing coming out of his mouth. Time now for an LSU update brought to you by Exmark Strength Equipment, exmarkfitness.com. When it comes to your fitness needs and the equipment that you use, whether it's just a couple of dumbbells like I got. Oh!
You didn't know we were in the roundup to the show's over portion of things.
Rogers scooting his chair along the back wall with his dumbbell face on is something that I look forward to every time when I say the word dumbbell. X-Mark Strength Equipment, whether it's Mike or the Baileys, whomever you meet with over there, they're going to be so stinking nice because they know that you have made a choice to get physically more healthy. And that's great for everybody. Healthier you are, the better you're going to feel. You move better. You think smarter. You teeth cleaner. All that good stuff. X-Mark Strength Equipment. They're open 7:15 to 3:30 Monday through Friday, 7144 West Park Road, right over here in our neck of the woods. Nape of the neck of the woods in the 71129 zip code. Now, as far as the other fellows that Jay Johnson is more than likely looking at, well, you got to get help at shortstop, right? Because there's a very good chance that Monster Milam has played his last game at LSU. He hasn't announced it yet, but you got to think that he's going to be there. And there are a lot of people who will consider Stephen Milam in the same breath with a few of the other great shortstops. And some even believe that there are folks, I don't know if it was Hunt, but somebody said that he might be the best defensive shortstop they've had. I'm like, hold on. That Bregman kid wasn't bad. He was pretty good, wasn't he, Raj? Chris Ramirez, shortstop out of Cal Baptist. Ramirez is the WAC Player of the Year. Starred for 2 years, hit .383 with a 1016 OPS, 21 steals a year after winning the WAC Freshman of the Year award. He's smaller, 5'9", 170, but he is a defensive wizard, Harry. A two-time All-WAC defensive team selection, and he was the Defensive Player of the Year award as well, winner. And if that doesn't work, then or they pivot to another shortstop, the Colonial Athletic Association's Player of the Year, Jamie Leskovsky, out of William and Mary. He was a CAA Player of the Year this year, 13 home runs, a 1219 OPS, Hester, and 36 steals. More power as a sophomore than as a freshman, had 24 more extra base hits, 17 more walks than last year, even though he was CAA All-Rookie the year before. He also played third base, so he could be either third base or shortstop. And since LSU struggled to find a player there with Seth Dardar, Tanner Reeves, Trent Caraway, or Braden Simpson all off the roster, somebody's got to take over the hot corner, and maybe Jamie Leskovsky is that guy, and Chris Ramirez might be the shortstop. And then Trey Housie of Tech at first base. And then Northwestern State's Brody Trosclair at pitcher. Look at all coming in. We're helping Jay Johnson get this all solved. And that's your LSU update brought to you by X-Mark Strength Equipment right over there, 7144 West Park Road. XMarkFitness.com, the letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com. X-Mark Strength Equipment. Yes, sir. NBA Finals begin tonight. I've got my Wimby-sized T-shirt on. Hester, out of 48 game minutes tonight, how many will be feasted upon your eyeballs by Negative Ghost Rider? Yep. Raj? Somewhat pay attention, not pay attention.
Yeah, somewhat.
Let's see what y'all are doing. Y'all are hating on Wimby. Is it because he's French? Is that what it is? Are y'all being nationalistic here?
It would actually be just doing what I've always done for the past, I don't know, when did Durant leave Oklahoma City?
Okay.
Yeah, since about then.
Okay.
Except for the Olympics.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah.
So
all right.
It's very talented.
I am looking forward to this.
Leave it alone.
The Spurs have the youngest unit since 71 or 72 to make the NBA Finals. The Spurs' average age is like 23.6.
No, it's exciting, like some of the stuff like that, you know. A new Spurs dynasty, which Rodgers might not love to hear, if that being a possibility. But
yeah.
How do you feel about the Spurs? You hate the Mavericks more?
Oh, God.
I would. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Dallas first.
Yeah.
San Antonio's kind of a second.
There's probably a level of respect for the Spurs because of how they've built their teams over the years.
And Popovich was such a...
Yeah.
And I've been to the Riverwalk many times, been to SeaWorld there, been to, Schlitterbahn. I've been to the Alamo Dome with Brando a few times when they had some Final Fours. I don't hate it like I do Dallas.
It's a very unique place.
Yes.
San Antonio.
It's got its own little thing.
Sure. That's a good one.
I just remember the first time I saw the Alamo, I expected this.
It's right.
Like Empire State Building. No, I can see why Ozzy pissed on that wall. Because you just walk right up to it, pee on it, and walk away.
Just not expecting that. I remember going down there, and I had been there before.
I have never seen the Alamo. I've
Really?
been down the Riverwalk, but I've never been to the Alamo.
We went when I was probably in middle school. We took like a family vacation and hit all the spots. So I'd seen it before. But I went back, Colts freshman year at Texas, Colt McCoy. They played Iowa in Alamo Bowl year after the national championship, and I drove down there for it. And they're like randomly, the parking was just brutal. Me by myself at age 23 at that point with my whatever dumb car I had, finding a spot on the street and figuring, parking, walking over to the game, watching the game, and I was going to drive from San Antonio to New Orleans because that's when Jacob and them were playing Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl.
Wow, okay.
So finally, like walking around, like, I don't know where this car is. I got no idea where my car is parked. I was trying to walk around and navigate all this, and then like turning a corner. Oh, hey, it's the Alamo. Don't remember parking anywhere near that. All right. The show goes on. All right, hey. Yeah. Found it eventually. All good. But definitely like walking up and like not seeing Alamo and then, hey, there it is. Yeah, I don't remember seeing this till right now. So I don't know where my car is.
It's not very big.
It is very small.
How big are we talking about here? Smaller than this building?
Oh, God.
Man, I don't know. I mean, probably, maybe comparable? Yeah?
Maybe including the yard in the Alamo if you did from there to there.
Okay.
Including grass.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've never been. Yeah,
I've never been. I have no idea.
I bet we can look that up.
I'm assuming that it's the size of a typical Circle K.
Little taller than
Okay.
So this says what most people refer to as the Alamo is actually the old Mission Chapel. The limestone building is about 75 feet long, 60 to 75 feet wide, 30 feet tall, with massive walls 4 feet thick.
Ooh. So the actual
Like the ground
fort
and
is not there, where they were maybe, as far as remember, if that's the chapel, then where was Davy Crockett and them like doing their cussing and whiskey drinking and fighting the
I think they overtook that chapel.
The Alamo Mission site was considerably larger than just the chapel building. The full 1836 fortress footprint had the following dimensions: the original fort compound, an enclosed area measuring about 480 feet long north to south, 160 wide east to west, defensive walls, outer perimeter, roughly 8 feet high, 2 to 3 feet thick. Total area, entire historic mission complex spanned roughly 3 to 4 acres.
Okay, now that's what I would expect.
Yeah.
But none of those buildings are still around.
The actual, like what Rogers is talking about and what it said here, the chapel, you know, that's a small building. Yeah.
But I wonder why the chapel building was spared. Because it was a chapel? Yeah.
Santa Ana loved a bit of architecture, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
So there we go. Remember the Alamo. The NBA Finals get underway tonight in San Antonio. Spurs hosting the Knicks. Game 1, 7:30. Of course, Fuzzy's Taco Shop will have the games as well. Coming right out of happy hour at 6 o'clock with your $1 off your domestic drafts and your $5 or less for margaritas and Bahama Mamas and $2.50 tacos and $3.50 premium tacos from 2 to 6. San Antonio, how many titles do you think they've won, Hester?
4? 5.
They are seeking their 6th title.
Okay. There you go. I changed it just in time.
But their first since...
Was their last one against Miami?
2014. The Knicks are looking for their what title? How many overall? Third overall title, but first since 1973. Of course, the Spurs coming off that grueling 7-game series with the defending defending NBA champs. New York is basically still riding an 11-game heater. They won 3 straight to finish off Atlanta in round 1 and back-to-back sweeps Philadelphia and Cleveland as well. So
it's funny you would say that because a stat that came up over your shoulder about that, and I would not have thought it was that many. This is the 9th time the two teams in the finals, one is coming off a sweep while the other is coming off a 7-game series.
There's a lot
9
of
times.
things,
That
yeah.
surprised me.
Yeah.
9.
Wow. Yeah, that is wild.
This is an NBA Finals rematch, too. Yes, from 99?
99.
Yeah.
Is that Spreewell? No, I wouldn't.
That was
who was the 99?
It might have been
Spreewell 99.
It was pre-Carmelo for sure, way
Right,
before.
pre-Carmelo.
It was the strike-shortened year, right? Because the Knicks were the 8th seed. That was Spreewell, probably.
The last 99 was JVG was the coach, and you had Brunson, Camby, Chris
yep.
Dudley, Patrick Ewing, Allen Houston, Larry Johnson, Dennis Scott, Latrell Spreewell, Charlie Ward. That's
what a list of names that is.
And you know what's weird? Every player on the roster born in America except one.
Patrick
Ewing. Yeah. Jamaica man.
What a list of names that is.
That is a great list of 90s.
That is a very representative of the era list of names.
No doubt about it. Holy cow. And only two of them are older than us, Raj. And so that tells you everything we need to know. And both of them I remember playing, watching them play. David Wingate at Georgetown and Herb Williams at Ohio State. Herb Williams was in his 17th year with the Knicks that year. And Wingate was in his 12th season.
Allen Houston that was the fat money contract, wasn't it?
Might have been. That was in his 5th year.
Jeez.
Larry Johnson, Odessa College, UNLV. One more time out during happy hour. Our little radio show is brought to you by Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Of course, you know that Trey and his crew have got something wild and woolly. Something kind of popped up there on the Facebook feed. I'm like, okay. Threw me off a little bit. Hey, one of the things that I really like that they do is they are spotlighting their salespeople and their customers and just the joy that you see here. The dude who got the Jeep yesterday, Johnny, got him a new ride.
Johnny, man.
Do it for Johnny with Elijah Flowers handling the sales. That's a man standing in his Jeep with a top off with a big red bow on the front of it. That's a dude who is going to be driving his 2026 Jeep Wrangler and thanking his lucky stars that he stopped by Landers. Just think, you could be thanking your lucky stars you stopped by Landers if you go by today. 2701 Benton Road in Bossier City. GoLanders.com. Right there on Benton Road, just south of I-220 underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Back right after this.
Memorial Day savings are happening at the Home Depot. Get up to an extra $1,000 off select top brand appliances like Frigidaire. Plus, get free delivery. Upgrade your kitchen with a fridge with an extra large ice capacity, a stone-baked pizza oven, or a dishwasher offering an extra fast 50-minute normal wash cycle. Save on appliances this Memorial Day at the Home Depot. Offer valid May 14th through June 3rd. U.S. only. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $998 or more. See store online for details.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
When the power goes out, everything stops. Your home, your business, your entire operation. Unless you're ready for it. At Jack Spring Electrical, we install powerful generator systems that keep you running no matter what. From keeping your home comfortable to powering entire offices, facilities, and job sites, these aren't just backups, they're peace of mind. Cummins generators are built for reliability, performance, and instant response when you need it most. Don't wait for the lights to go out. Call Jack Spring Electrical or visit jackspringelectrical.com.
Looking for delicious food and a great deal? Seize the deal with Bistro to Go. For a limited time, get a $50 Bistro to
to Go QR code for only $25. That's half off. Enjoy Bistro to Go's fresh, scratch-made meals, family favorites, grab-and-go selections, and catering options for less. Whether you're feeding the family, the office, or just yourself, Bistro to Go makes it easy to enjoy great food whenever and wherever. Quantities are limited, so don't wait. Visit Seize the Deal today and get $50 to Bistro to Go for just $25.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-923-6829 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-923-6829. That's 800-923-6829. What do you have to lose? Call 800-923-6829. Again, 800-923-6829.
I'm Mariah Butcher, nurse practitioner with Rejuvenate Medical. If you feel like your progress has stalled, peptide therapy at Rejuvenate Medical helps you go further. Better recovery, metabolism, and energy built around your plan. Find us at rejuvenatemedical.com.
Dr. Jonathan Weiler here with Rejuvenate Medical. You've invested in your health. Now refine it with peptide therapy at Rejuvenate Medical. Better recovery, improved performance, and targeted results. rejuvenatemedical.com.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Radio legend Robert J. Wright joining us here. Spell Brothers Lumber, not just lumber, they also do windows and doors as an installation. Robert, you've had experience with Spell Brothers Lumber.
In a nutshell, my friend, it was really, really cold downstairs in my house, especially near these old, creaky 30-plus-year-old windows. Spell Brothers installed, state-of-the-art, now it's warm.
Get warm with Spell Brothers Lumber, doors and window installation.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey, everybody, it's 9:53. Doug Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton and Yes, sir. What's on your mind there, Hester? What can Rogers and I do to help you out today? How can we help you have a better day?
I burned enough segments today.
You have. You worked today, buddy.
What's the matter with you?
I am very thankful for it, man. That's awesome. Do you want to know who the top 100 newcomers in college football are?
We do them all?
Yep.
All right.
You got number 2, by the way, Cam Coleman, coming from Auburn, Texas.
This is newcomers, like people going to new teams.
New faces.
Okay.
Yeah, new faces on old spots. All right. Josh Hoover, the quarterback at Indiana now, coming from TCU, right? Isn't that where he came from?
Is that number 1?
That's numero uno.
It should be.
With Levitt at number 3.
That's a big deal, man.
Mensa at Miami, coming from Duke.
Yeah.
So he's done
via Tulane.
Tulane, Duke, Miami. Jordan Seaton at number 5, tackle for LSU.
From Colorado.
Yep, that's a biggie. Do we know who Rocco Becht is? Oh.
Is it Anthony's kid?
It might be. He followed Matt Campbell from Iowa State to Penn State.
Okay.
I forget Matt Campbell's at Penn State now.
That's right.
Wow. Where did Whistlebritches went to Virginia Tech, right? Franklin went to Virginia Tech.
That's right. Yep. I think that'll pay off.
LSU has the number 7 newcomer, Prince William Milan, the Ole Miss transfer, edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 of the top 7 are at LSU. That's interesting. And number 13, Ty Benefield, LSU, Boise State safety. Jeez. They did kind of go out there and mop up, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
As did Texas Tech. Again, remember back when we said earlier, back in 1964, they had 3 quarterbacks named Bob? Mateen Ibarogba.
Yeah.
I don't know how these guys do play-by-play every day with, and that's their names. I mean, some people don't know how to spell Fletcher and say Fletcher. It's what it is. I'm not making fun of the name, just saying that it's hard to spit out in a hurry.
Sure.
When Indiana's Toby Osunsanmi is on the, what if he was Bob Jones? Don't need everybody to be Bob Jones, though. I like the names. Don't get me wrong.
Give college soccer a shot.
Oh, I bet.
You're going to go by your first name.
As long as I know how to pronounce it phonetically, I'm A-okay. Which I was telling McCoy that the other day. He was asking about names, and how hard it might be to pronounce some names. I said, dude, that's why it's so great that Data Ref or, Football Reference, Hockey Reference, they all have pronunciation guides for every player that's ever been in the league.
Right.
I had to look it up this morning. I was like, which one is it? Is it Brandon Lau or Brandon Lowe? Which one is playing for the stinking Rangers or whatever? It's Lau. Rhymes with Hal. Lau. World Series begins tonight in softball. It's a rematch of last year's National Championship Series. Texas won Game 1. Texas Tech won Game 2. Texas Tech blew him out of the water in Game 3, 10-4. The Kennedy kid was just out of gas. So tonight, Game 1. Will you keep an eye on that with your burnt orange ladies out there?
I'm not. I'll watch more of it. I watched. No, actually, I missed the 2 Tennessee games because it was they played them so early in the day, and I was at school that day.
Oh yeah, right. It was 11-1. Yeah, that was the
right.
And they had to beat them twice.
Yeah, they did.
So did Texas Tech. So that's pretty wild.
Yeah, it'll be a great matchup.
It will.
I think it'll be really good.
And you get to root against Jay Will, who is going to be obnoxious.
Oh, Texas Tech didn't need him to make them obnoxious. They already had that all handled on their own.
There's an AL.com article from Skrbinski or Goodman, one of the two, about just how obnoxious Texas Tech fans are.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that wraps up the show. Thank you so much, Matt Yoder, for hanging around with us during the first hour and second hour. If you want to go back and listen, it was really good stuff. Thanks to Adam breaking down all the World Cup stuff as well. And as always, thanks a little Woozy for being here.
More to come with the World Cup.
More to come with the World Cup.
Any questions you got, shoot them our way.
Absolutely. Thanks for mentioning it, T-shirt winner guy. Thanks to our wonderful sponsors that make the show possible, from Sports World and the early riser portion, Fuzzy's Taco Shop Cleanup Hour, Brewer Quality Homes for the Power Hour. Thank you to Live Oak Environmental for the text line sponsorship, the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, Morrison DeWitt with our Athlete of the Week and Athlete of the Week Rewind, Chevyland for Friday Football Frenzy, Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday, GBT, X-Mark Strength Equipment for the LSU updates, Bo Harris Wealth Management for the SEC updates, Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep Ram, Sports Cards of Louisiana, Bobby L. Green Plumbing Team, the plumbing team I like best, Bowman Asphalt, Rejuva Me Medical, Bailey's Jeweler, Sports World, Accutemp, 861-2255, Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. I had those egg rolls yesterday that were delicioso. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. Thank you so much, fellas. Porters, cleaners as well. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas of Valley Batch 1284, rest in peace. Casey Havoc, rest in peace. And also Laura Harper, super duper sweet lady. I know that her husband and son, the two Erics, I just feel for them so much. Just sad to see her pass away. God bless you, Laura Harper, who is just a shining light in our community, wonderful volunteer,
The previous
and a wonderful
program
lady.
was paid
See y'all
for
later.
by Tim Fletcher. KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.